Chapter 71. There were many monsters in the wilderness. Even in the southern countries, goblins and kobolds could be found far away from the cities. The reproduction ability of goblins and kobolds was too strong. A pair of goblins could give birth to 12 to 20 goblins in a year. It was the same for kobolds. It would take at least 20 years for a human warrior to grow up and become a qualified warrior. Of course, once the training was complete, a group of elite human soldiers could easily defeat goblins and kobolds that were 10 times their size. Humans had even less of an advantage against the ogres. Ogres ate meat from birth and grew much faster than humans. If it wasn't for the lack of food, the number of ogres would have multiplied by several times. It was also because of the small number of ogres that humans were able to drive them into the wilderness. Su Len went around the flagpole and continued to advance towards the ogre camp. Since the ogres had captured a large number of gnolls as slaves, it meant that they would build a tribe here. After entering the territory controlled by the ogres, Su Luen and his party became much more cautious. The ogres were not weak like the goblins, kobolds, or gnolls. A single adult ogre warrior could easily take care of a small group of human soldiers. According to human classification, an ogre was a knight. An adult ogre was more than 3 meters tall, wore armor, and wielded a giant mace. Although the mace looked ugly, it was very powerful. Even a knight's plate armor would be dented by the mace. Getting hit by the mace would be considered a light injury. The ogre warriors were even more powerful, and he didn't know how big the ogre tribe was. The land in the wilderness did not have an owner, but it was not easy to conquer it. Even Kalant City took hundreds of years to expand its territory from a few dozen kilometers to the current northern provinces. Of course, this was because the Kingdom of Florence was at its peak at that time, and it could only achieve this with the power of the entire country. It had been over a century since the provinces of the Northlands had expanded outwards. Even so, monster attacks in the northern provinces were several times more than those in the southern provinces. The forests, mountains, lakes, and other monsters in the territory were like weeds. They would appear clean after a few months, but they would appear again. As they continued forward, more and more traces of ogres were discovered. Su Len and the rest slowed down. They could encounter ogres at any time. Soon, Su Len saw 2 ogres carrying mace and wearing crude armor walking towards them. The 2 ogres were about 3 meters tall and had yellow skin. They wore tattered fur and heavy armor on their shoulders, chests, and wrists. The armor was probably made by them. Due to their limited technology, they could only make it very thick. There was a foot-long iron spike on the armor. The mace in their hands weighed at least 50 kilograms. The surface of the mace was dark red, and there were even pieces of meat hanging from the spikes. The intelligence of an ogre wasn't high. An adult ogre's intelligence was about the same as a wolf's, but it would be a big mistake to treat them as idiots. These seemingly stupid creatures possessed powerful combat instincts. Even an experienced warrior would have to be extremely careful. Seeing the 2 ogres approach, Su Len made a hand gesture. The group hid in the bushes at the side. Taking out the spear from his storage space, Su Len slowly adjusted his posture. The other barbarian warriors also lowered their breathing and stared intently at the ogres walking towards them. The 2 ogres did not notice that there was much around them. They quickly walked to where Su Len and the rest were lying in ambush. Su Len, who had been waiting for a long time, moved and stabbed the spear in his hand. The sharp spear pierced through the back of the ogre's heart. The ugly armor on the ogre's body didn't provide any protection at all. The spear pierced through the gaps in the armor. A one-shot kill. The spear pierced through the heart and came out from the front. The ogre, who was over 100 kilograms, was pierced through like a stick of candied fruit. Large amounts of dark red blood spurted out from the wound. Sullen's spear swept horizontally. The heavy ogre's body was like a giant sandbag as it slammed into the other ogre that was about to charge over with its mace. Bam! The corpse of the ogre sent the other ogre flying. Its large body rolled a few meters on the ground. Before it could react, a giant axe came crashing down on its head. Smelly blood splattered. The ogre's ugly head spun and rolled to Sullen's feet. Stepping on the ogre's head, Su Len shook his spear and shook off the blood on it. After the barbarian warriors dealt with the 2 ogre corpses, The group continued to explore the depths of the wilderness. Su Lin was prepared to find the ogre's camp and destroy it. He did not want to have a ticking time bomb near his territory. If he did not get rid of these ogres, he would not be able to sleep well. After dealing with the ogre corpses, Su Lin and the group continued forward. This time, they did not take the path that the ogres had opened. Instead, they took a detour. Not long after they walked, there was movement in front of them again. "It's the gnolls," a barbarian warrior said in a low voice. Pushing aside the weeds, Su Lin quickly discovered the group of gnolls. It was a small group of gnolls. There were only a dozen of them. They had tamed 3 aardwolves and a dozen goblins and kobolds as slaves. The group of gnolls seemed to be in a difficult situation. There were no young gnolls in the group. All of them were adults. It was obvious that they had survived a battle. They were probably the ones who had lost. These gnolls were lucky to have escaped. Su Lin was not going to be polite with the experience points that were delivered to him. He gestured at the barbarians, and the barbarians quietly crept forward. "Charge!" The barbarian warrior's figure appeared from the bushes. In an instant, he crossed a dozen meters and swung the giant axe in his hand across the waist of the gnolls. The sharp battle axe cut through the muscles, broke the spine, and split the gnolls in half. The sudden attack of the 10 barbarians did not give the gnolls any chance to fight back. They were killed by the barbarian warrior in a breath's time. The remaining goblins and kobolds were scared out of their wits. They scattered and tried to escape. Hand axes flew out. The goblins and kobolds did not even manage to run a few steps before they were hit in the back or the head by the sharp hand axes. The sharp blade of the axes almost completely sank into their bodies. The battle was over in a breath's time. P.S. Thank you for the 3,500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you for the 1,000 Qidian coins tip. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Important things have to be said 3 times. Thank you for all the tips you've given me during this period of time. I'll add more chapters today. Omega. Chapter 72. After finishing the battle and cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued to follow the traces left behind. Su Lin didn't encounter any more gnolls for the rest of the journey. After crossing a hill, Su Lin finally saw the ogre's camp. "I should have bought a telescope." Su Lin felt a little helpless as he looked at the ogre camp in the distance. Although this world was generally at the level of the Middle Ages, there would always be new gadgets with the presence of magi. Glass, for example, had been created by magi a long time ago. Its main purpose was to be used as a tool for experiments. Telescopes belonged to this category as well. Normal telescopes cost around 20 kinnar, but if they were enchanted with special magical effects, the price could go up to several thousand kinnar. For example, if they were enchanted with eagle eye or night vision. The ogre camp was built halfway up a mountain. At this moment, large numbers of gnolls, kobolds, and gnolls were building the camp under the whips of the ogres. Towering gnolls at the foot of the mountain were chopping down logs. After some simple repairs, these logs were transported to the camp halfway up the mountain. Thick logs were smashed into the ground one by one, while the gnolls and kobolds cleared the rocks under the whips and piled them up into a stone wall. It was obvious that the ogres wanted to build a fortress here. Plumes of black smoke rose from within the ogre camp. Large furnaces could be seen even from afar, and a few tall ogres were forging weapons. Although the ogre blacksmith's weapons were crudely made, with the ogre's strength, as long as they were sturdy and had enough weight, they would become killing machines in their hands. Sullen's expression was grave. There were at least 100 ogres in this camp. If they were unlucky, there might even be 200 ogres. In addition, there were even more gnolls, and kobolds as slaves. The ogre camp was very powerful. This camp was already more than half completed. With the ogre's speed, this simple fortress would be completed soon. While the ogre fortress looked ugly and the buildings were in a mess, the entire fortress was built from thick logs. At the same time, it was supported by stacked stone walls. There was no need to doubt the fortress's sturdiness. There were many slaves working, and many of them were nailed to death with wooden stakes. None of the slaves dared to slack off. If they were found slacking off, the nearby ogre supervisors would lash out with their leather whips. With the ogre's monstrous strength, even gnolls would be torn apart with a single lash, while goblins and kobolds would be half dead. These slaves who had lost their ability to work would not be abandoned. Instead, they would be killed by the ogres as food. The ogres weren't worried about a lack of manpower. If too many slaves died, they could just go to the wastelands and capture another batch. After all, there were many monsters in the wastelands. An ogre tribe of 100 or 200 people was not considered small. More importantly, such an ogre tribe was likely to have an ogre wizard. It should be known that ogre wizards were not easy to deal with. Unlike many spellcasters who had weak bodies, ogre wizards were completely proficient in both magic and martial arts. They had a tyrannical body while also possessing impressive spellcasting abilities. Although the spells that ogre shamans knew were limited, they could basically cast spells without chanting. They were much stronger than normal human spellcasters. Without special training, it was difficult for human spellcasters to master the technique of instantaneous spellcasting. Ogre shamans liked close combat. Other than being a wizard, they were also warriors who were proficient in close combat. Other than that, ogre shamans were also very intelligent. Normal ogres had an intelligence of around 5, which was even lower than wolves. However, ogre shamans were completely different. Their intelligence was usually above 16. You guys hide here. I'll take a closer look. Sulen looked around and left the barbarian guards here. He was going to take a closer look. Boss, you stay here. We'll go investigate. That's right, boss, let us go. As soon as Sulen finished speaking, the barbarian guards all objected. They were very clear about the power of the ogres. Although they had easily killed 2 ogres before, the ogres were not to be trifled with. All right, all of you stay here. These ogres are nothing in my eyes. Sulen directly ordered. To be honest, if he went all out, it wasn't impossible for him to win against these ogres. However, this was not a game, and monsters would not run away. If he couldn't clear out these ogres in one go, the wandering ogres would be a greater threat to his territory. After all, he couldn't always patrol his territory. Moreover, his territory was so big that there were bound to be areas that he couldn't take care of. Therefore, the best way was to kill all the ogres in one go. Sulen put away his spear and disappeared into the bushes. Although the ogres looked dumb, they were not slow. Moreover, ogre shamans could use bloodthirsty berserk. This berserk was even scarier than the barbarian berserk. Although the ogres would be weakened for a longer period of time after going berserk, very few people could survive it. With the help of the bushes, Sulen quickly made his way to a spot about 200 meters away from his feet. At this point, it would be difficult for Sulen to get closer. The ogres were not as unprofessional as the gnolls. They had long since cleared away the weeds near the camp. After observing for a while, Zhao Fu's heart sank. The ogre tribe in front of him was a powerful enemy. Apart from the ogre warriors, there were also many ogre warriors. These ogre warriors were much larger than their own kind and used battle axes. Moreover, the battle axes in their hands were larger and heavier than the ones used by the barbarian warriors. Apart from the battle axes, they were also equipped with cast iron armor, throwing spears, and heavy flying axes. According to human standards, these ogre warriors were already at the level of Grand Knights. Most of Sulen's barbarian guards were at this level as well. However, there were only 71 barbarian guards in total, while there were at least 50 ogre warriors here. On the other side of the camp, there were a few large arrow porcupines in a large metal cage. These were one of the few wild beasts that the ogres had tamed. The arrow porcupines were 3 meters tall and had thick skin. They had 2 sharp fangs in their mouths and a few sharp spikes on their backs. Once they charged, they were like small bulldozers. Even the heavy cavalry of the human empire would not be willing to clash with them. Chapter 73. Sulen circled around the camp at the foot of the hill. After figuring out the general situation of the ogres, Sulen left quietly. When he returned to the hill, the barbarian warriors all came up to him. "Boss, are we ready to fight?" The barbarians around him touched their axes and asked eagerly. Bang! Sulin hit him on the head in annoyance. "What are you doing? Are you going to die? Let's go back first." Looking back at the ogre camp that was under construction, Sulin left with the barbarian warriors. It was already night when they returned to the mine. Sulin and the others didn't have time to rest and rushed back to the town through the night. "Master, what happened?" Chris was wearing a black and white maid dress, which accentuated her tall and slender figure, giving her a different kind of charm. As Suluin's chief maid, the succubus Chris was very energetic. Now she was in charge of the whole territory on behalf of Sulin. Both barbarians and other humans were in awe of her. "There's an ogre tribe near our territory. This is a huge threat to the safety of the territory." Chris came to Sulin's side and helped him take off his coat. "Ogre tribe? Master, are you going to chase them away this time? Can I go and help?" Chris asked as she hung Sulin's coat on the hanger. "Yes, they're already building the camp. We need to deal with it as soon as possible. If we wait a few more days and the ogres really finish building the fortress, the losses will be huge." Sulin reached out and rubbed Chris's head. "Arrange things tomorrow. I'll take you with me." Sulin was very optimistic about Chris. After all, after being strengthened by the hero model created by herself, her strength was second only to Sulin in the territory. The main thing was that her advanced charm talent was too strong. Even Johnson might not be immune to it. In addition to her demon summoning, she wasn't afraid of fighting a group or one-on-one. When Sulin first handed the matter to Chris, the barbarian guards still had objections. Sulin then let Chris fight with them. During the duels, Chris would summon 1 to 5 demons and then hide behind the demons with her leather whip. From time to time, she would cast a few spells to harass them. Even Johnson couldn't handle it. If the barbarians were to gang up on her, it would be even easier. Chris's advanced charm could easily make half of the barbarians betray her and then gang up on them. After this battle, no one in the territory objected anymore. Not only was Crazy's strength impressive, but she was also very good at managing the territory. In the past, there were goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who could take advantage of the negligence of the management to slack off. Now, they were all obedient to her. She could work during the day and warm his bed at night. Such a capable and durable maid was exactly what Sulin needed. As a succubus, Chris knew too many tricks. As an experienced driver in his previous life, even Sulin was amazed. Now, in this world with supernatural powers, she could achieve skills that couldn't be achieved in his previous life. Chris had spell-like abilities and mastered some small evocation spells, which could make things more interesting. Sulin also learned a lot of ways to control power from her. For example, his thunder lightning spear. He could now control the power of lightning to wander around his body. With the power of lightning, the thunder lightning spear had been upgraded to a plasma cannon. Even the succubus with her demon resistance couldn't withstand it. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Sulin woke up energetically. He opened his arms and let Chris help him get dressed. Then they had a simple breakfast. At about 8:30 in the morning, Sulin brought Chris to the barracks in the town. At this time, all the barbarian warriors in the town had gathered on the field. Sulin's barbarian guards had 71 barbarian warriors. Apart from the 10 barbarian warriors stationed at the mine, there were another 10 guarding Xion's caravan. Now, there were only 50 barbarian warriors in the territory. Sulin planned to leave 10 barbarian warriors to guard the town. He and Chris would then lead the rest of the barbarian warriors to clear out the ogres. In addition to the serfs, there were more than 300 barbarian women and children in the town. These people had also undergone simple training. After Sulin built the barracks, he arranged for all the people in the territory to undergo militia training. So, as long as the alarm was rung, a militia team would immediately be pulled out. Moreover, the barbarian soldiers were much stronger than the Florentine militia. Although the female barbarians were not as strong as the male barbarians, they could survive in the harsh environment and dangerous wilderness. The strength of these female barbarians could be imagined. The smithy in the city had been forging equipment all this time. There was no problem in arming 100 soldiers. He left Boulder in the camp to command. After escorting the caravan and clearing out the monsters around the territory, Boulder had been upgraded to a barbarian giant axe warrior during this time. After handing over the safety of the territory to Boulder, Su Len went to the tower of the territory and dismantled the 8 ballistae. He was going to bring the ballistae with him for this attack. The ballistae were not light. Fortunately, these barbarian warriors were all big players. Each of them could share some of the load. If it were humans transporting the ballistae, they would not be able to move it without a few carriages. After the preparations were done, Su Len took the team to the Whitewater Port's ship and went down the river to the mine's wharf. After yesterday's investigation, the location of the ogre camp was clearly marked on the strategic map. Su Len led the army ashore and then directly traveled through the wilderness. After several exterminations by Su Len and the ogres, the number of goblins and gnolls had decreased by a lot. Along the way, the gnolls and goblins would turn tail and run when they saw Sullen's team from afar. After traveling for some distance in the wilderness, Su Len once again saw the war flag that marked the territory of the ogres. Destroy it. Su Len directly ordered the barbarian warriors to destroy the war flag and the stone altar below it. Bang! The pile of stones was pushed down and the flagpole was cut in half. Su Len led the army forward. The success rate of a night attack against the ogres was very low. This race was born with night vision, and the barbarians did not have an advantage in fighting in the dark. Thus, Su Len planned to attack openly. With him and Chris, he was confident that he could win even if they were outnumbered by the ogres. Although they were carrying a lot of weight, the barbarian warriors did not move slowly. Around noon, Su Len could already see the hill where the ogre camp was. Su Len did not continue to approach. If he did, he would be easily discovered by the ogres. Even a barbarian would be tired after such a long journey, so he needed to rest and eat something. Chapter 74. After the meal, everyone was back to their best condition. Su Len began to instruct the barbarians to assemble the ballistae. After half an hour, all 8 ballistae were assembled. Su Len tested the ballistae and made sure there were no problems before setting off again. As they approached the ogre camp, it was difficult for Su Len and the rest to hide their tracks from the ogres. However, there was no need to hide here. When Su Len and the rest appeared at the foot of the mountain, the gnolls had already discovered them. Ogre camp. A muscular ogre sorcerer raised a heavy spiked club and roared, "Prepare for battle! All ogre warriors, gather! You fools! The enemy is at our doorstep. Gather the slaves and give them weapons. Kill anyone who dares to escape. Tell them that as long as they kill one enemy, I'll give them freedom." The deafening roar sounded, and all the ogres began to move. After the ogre wizard gave the order, the construction of the camp immediately stopped, and all the ogres gathered the slaves. Crude weapons were distributed to the slaves. Goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were all used as cannon fodder. These slaves were all captured from the ogres' destroyed tribes. After experiencing that crushing battle, they were scared out of their wits. Even if they had weapons, they didn't dare resist. When they heard the ogres say that as long as they killed one enemy, they would be able to obtain freedom, their originally dim eyes immediately turned to the human army at the foot of the mountain. As a warrior race, the ogres were prepared for battle very quickly. All the ogres, regardless of gender, were armed. They had thick and heavy breastplates, heavy and ugly gauntlets, and spiked pauldrons. Every ogre carried a spiked club or a giant axe, while the ogre warriors also carried 3 javelins. These ogre warriors looked even more ferocious. Their faces were painted with some unknown paint, and some even had horns. Their faces were covered with messy tattoos, and many ogres also had strange tattoos on their bodies. Warriors of the Warhammer tribe. Someone dares to invade our territory. Tell me, what should you do? The ogre wizard on the platform roared. Smash their heads and eat them. The ogres roared, and the surrounding slaves trembled in fear. Some of them even dropped their weapons to the ground. But there was a loud crack of a whip. The kobold that had dropped its weapon was instantly whipped to the point of almost dying. The surrounding slaves quickly dodged, and a fully armed ogre walked over and hacked the kobold to death with an axe, then hung the corpse on a wooden stick. A few other ogres opened the cages in the camp and chased out a few porcupines that weighed over 1,000 kilograms. These porcupines had a pair of sharp tusks, and their backs were covered in thorns. Just one look at them was enough to make one tremble in fear. The ogres would always use the domesticated porcupines and slaves as cannon fodder in every battle. They would use them to exhaust the enemy's strength, and the ogres would follow behind the cannon fodder. If the enemy's camp was broken, the ogres would swarm forward. If the cannon fodder suffered heavy casualties, they would attack with javelins. Sulin didn't increase his speed when he saw the ogre army gathering. He continued to advance at his original speed and stopped when he was about 400 meters away from the foot of the mountain. Ogres were creatures that were very good at defense. They advocated offense, especially when they saw that the enemy's numbers were far inferior to theirs. They would take the initiative to attack. As expected, after the ogre army had gathered, the ogre wizard led them to the foot of the mountain. At the front were various slaves, and behind them were ogres driving the porcupines. The messy formation looked like a motley crew, but if you were careless, these cannon fodder would make you suffer. Dong dong dong. The dull sound of war drums sounded. A topless ogre held a pair of unknown monster leg bones and hammered the war drum with force. The sound of the war drum was very deep and penetrating. It could be heard clearly on the battlefield. As the war drum sounded, the ogres became violent. The slaves at the front seemed to have gained courage at this moment, and they all waved their weapons and screamed. Su Lin frowned slightly. When the war drum sounded, he felt a wave of mana. It wasn't strong, but it covered the entire battlefield. The ogre's actions were likely the result of the war drum. Humans. The ogre wizard stood on a wooden platform and roared. This is the territory of the Warhammer tribe. You dare to attack Wizard Kaladin's tribe? I will kill all of you and imprison your souls in the abyss until the end of the world. When Su Lin said coldly. He pulled the reins and came to the front of the battle formation. At this time, Su Lin had already put on the beast face armor and held a 2-meter-long spear. Ogre. Su Lin pointed with his spear. I don't care what wizard Kaladin you are. Get out of this land immediately. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Sulin's body was dancing with lightning, and his voice was like thunder on the battlefield. The ogre wizard was not afraid at all. Humans, you have successfully angered me. I will personally chop off your sack and make it into a wine vessel. Following his roar, the war drum became more and more frequent. The rapid beat of the war drum was like a heartbeat, making it hard to breathe. All the slaves rushed towards the human battle formation under the ogre's command. The slaves' eyes were bloodshot, and there was no longer a trace of fear. They howled and rushed towards the humans. The ogre waved his whip, and a dozen large porcupines were also driven towards the humans. These porcupines were huge, and when they ran, their heavy footsteps were like muffled thunder. Some of the faster slaves were directly crushed by them, leaving behind bloody corpses. Chris. Su Lin called out. Chris, who was still wearing her black and white maid uniform, came forward. She first smiled at Su Lin, then looked at the battlefield. Summon demons. A dark red light suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. In the next second, a 3-meter-tall demon appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, 4 smaller demons appeared. If someone who studied demons saw this, they would immediately recognize the species of these demons. The one in the lead was a high-grade demon called the Hezru, and behind it were 4 intermediate demons called snake demons. Hezru were tall and strong, and had always been the backbone of the demons. They also liked to fight. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, they roared and rushed towards the Knoll slaves. P.S. Thank you for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 75. Hezru were high-grade demons, but they didn't have high intelligence and were easily controlled by succubi. They and Vrox were the easiest high-grade demons for succubi to control. Seeing the enemies around them, the Hezru showed no fear. Its huge body and powerful strength allowed it to easily tear apart the bodies of the enemies. The Hezru's body emitted a foul stench. This was their innate ability, a type of poison. All non-demon creatures near them were smelled by this stench and were then crushed by the Hezru. The 4 snake demons were slightly shorter than the Hezru. They looked like Nagas and wielded sharp swords made of abyssal magic iron. As mid-rank demons, they would grow a pair of arms every time they advanced. Therefore, the more arms a snake demon had, the more powerful it would be. The legendary snake demons had 8 arms. These Nagas were only low-grade Nagas with 2 arms, but they still had the upper hand against the cannon fodder slaves. They were proficient in dual wielding and could wield their weapons very quickly. The kobolds and gnolls were no match for them at all. The charging troops were also thrown into disarray. Especially the Hezru. The stench emitted from its body made all the monsters around it stumble. Even a porcupine was chopped to death by its giant axe. The Hezru was the type of demon that would go berserk the more enemies there were. At this time, the Hezru had messed up the cannon fodder army. He even used demon summon to summon another Hezru. The 2 Hezru led the 4 Nagas to mess up the cannon fodder army. Some of the cannon fodder slaves who were lucky enough to break through the demon's blockade were chopped to death by the impatient barbarians as soon as they reached the front of the army. The battlefield became more and more chaotic. Some porcupines knocked away all the cannon fodder in front of them and charged at the barbarians' formation. When the distance between the 2 sides was reduced to 100 meters, a barbarian roared, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. The ballista's bowstrings vibrated, and a 2-meter-long spear instantly pierced through the charging porcupines. The porcupines, which weighed at least 500 kilograms, were nailed to the ground by the spears. Dark red blood spurted out, and in the blink of an eye, the charging porcupines were deader than dead. 8 ballistae only shot 5 porcupines. The remaining porcupines weren't frightened by the death of their companions. They continued to charge with bloodshot eyes. There was no time to reload the ballistae. A few barbarian warriors stepped forward with giant axes. The wild porcupines ran even faster. The barbarian warriors were fearless and rushed towards the frenzied porcupines. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the barbarian warriors suddenly dodged to the side and then drew a beautiful arc with their sharp 2-handed axes, instantly slicing through the bodies of the charging porcupines. Blood splattered. The sharp 2-handed axes easily tore through the sturdy skin of the porcupines under the barbarians' immense strength. They also tore through the muscles and cut through the bones. The charging porcupines were instantly cut down. Their large bodies flew far away under the effect of their speed, leaving deep marks on the ground. These porcupines crashed into the ground with great momentum. The force of the impact caused their internal organs to start bleeding. The porcupines lay on the ground, dark red blood continuously flowing out of their bodies. Seeing that the cannon fodder and the charging porcupines weren't of much use, the ogre mage roared and a wave of mana exploded from his body. Bloodthirsty wonder! A faint red glow enveloped the ogres. They roared one after another. Their eyes quickly turned red, their muscles bulged, and their veins popped out. Their weapons tore through the air with the sound of air being torn apart. The dull sound of war drums also became louder at this moment. The ogres roared and circled around the chaotic battlefield, charging at the Su-Len formation. The ballistae that had been reloaded fired at the ogres. However, the ogres weren't porcupines that could only charge in a straight line. Only 2 of the 8 ballista bolts hit their targets. The 2-meter-long ballista bolts instantly nailed the ogres to the ground. Even though their bodies were strong, such severe injuries weren't something they could withstand. The remaining ogres quickened their pace, taking advantage of the gap between the ballista bolts to quickly close in. After 2 more rounds of shooting, the ogres were finally within 70 to 80 meters of Su-Len. The ogres pulled out their iron spears, leaned back, and threw them at the barbarians' formation. "Get out of the way!" Su-Len roared. "Stone wall!" A stone wall 5 meters tall and 1 meter wide rose in front of the formation. Bang, bang, bang. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Dozens of iron spears hit the stone wall. The entire stone wall only lasted for a few seconds before collapsing. A few iron spears that flew over the stone wall were smashed away by the barbarians' giant axes. This round of spears didn't cause any casualties. Stone to mud. A ray of light flashed from Sullen's body and instantly merged into the ground in front of him. The hard ground beneath the ogre's feet instantly turned into a pile of mud. When the ogre warriors stepped into it, their bodies couldn't help but sink. The heavy armor made the ogres even heavier. The soft mud beneath their feet made it impossible for them to bear any weight. The ogres quickly sank into it. Fireball! Just as the ogres sank into the mud, the ogre mage suddenly summoned a football-sized fireball. The fireball dragged a long trail of flames behind it as it appeared and smashed towards Sulin. Absorb energy shield. Chris, who was standing beside Sulin, immediately covered Sulin with an energy-absorbing shield. As soon as the shield appeared, it was hit by the orange fireball. The fireball continuously shrank, and the energy-absorbing shield began to tremble violently. In the end, the two disappeared at the same time. Without Sullen's continuous casting, the effect of stone to mud disappeared. The remaining ogres continued to throw iron spears at Sulin as they charged. The ogre warriors that came from the left and right did not stop. They hurled their spears at Sulin as well. These ogres were very smart. They knew that Sulin was the greatest threat. They had already determined that Sulin was a magus, and that the human magus's meager defense wouldn't be able to withstand so many iron spears. However, their plan failed. Hundreds of iron spears locked down the space around Sulin. Sulin didn't dodge, and countless arcs of electricity gathered on his body. Thunder lightning spear. Dazzling lightning blossomed from Sullin's body. The spear in his hand was like a lightning dragon, bringing with it a powerful current as it struck the iron spears above his head. The lightning dragon circled around, and all the iron spears flying towards Sulin were knocked away. Some were even directly melted by the powerful current. Chapter 76. The ogres had completely lost their rationality after activating Bloodthirsty Berserk. Apart from not attacking their comrades, they would kill anyone they saw as their target. The ogres grew even more furious after the 3 rounds of javelins had failed. An army of over 100 ogres quickly charged forward. The ballista was quickly loaded under the control of the barbarian warriors, and then 2 to 3 meter long bolts were fired one after another. The powerful bolts directly pierced through the ogres' bodies. Even with the protection of their heavy armor, it was useless. If it weren't for the fact that the ballistae took too long to load and there were too few of them, they would have been able to make the ogres suffer greatly. Seeing the ogres getting closer and closer, the barbarians fired the last volley of bolts and picked up their weapons. Raise morale. A ray of light spread out from Sullen's body and enveloped all the barbarians in an instant. The barbarians' morale rose even higher. Mystic Ice Slash. 3 ice blades instantly appeared in front of Sulin. The next second, the razor-sharp blades flew out and tore the ogres in their path apart. The ogres fell like wheat being cut down. Almost all of them were killed in one hit. There were still traces of ice on their bodies. After tearing apart a few ogres, the ice blades continued forward for a short distance before shattering and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 ogres had been killed. The deafening sound of war drums continued to reverberate. The barbarians also activated Berserk and charged forward. Against the Berserk ogres, the barbarians showed no signs of weakness. 40 barbarians easily blocked the ogres' charge and fearlessly clashed head-on with the ogres. Their half-body armor didn't affect their agility at all. Their sharp 2-handed axes were impenetrable. These barbarians weren't any weaker than the ogres. In fact, they were even a little stronger. Their equipment was also a lot better. The only problem was that they had less than half of the ogres. Boom. Sulin brandished his spear, and the head of an ogre that rushed up burst open like a watermelon. Crazy waved the whip in her hand and activated her innate ability. The ogre warriors around her were easily controlled by her and raised their spiked clubs to attack their comrades. The battlefield did not turn out as the ogre adepts had imagined, where the humans were defeated by the ogre army. In just a dozen minutes, the ogre's casualties continued to rise. The ogre adept raised his head and roared. He raised his giant spiked club, which was even larger than an ordinary ogre's, and charged at Su Len. As he charged forward, he also cast spells. The radiance of spells appeared around him, and the ogre wizard's speed instantly doubled. Haste! Herculean strength! Stone skin! Fireball! The ogre wizard's casting speed was very fast. All the spells were released in the time it took to take a breath. A fireball directly blew up a snake fiend that was blocking the way, and the ogre wizard accelerated all the way. The ogre wizard's strength was off the charts. The giant spiked club swung and smashed a snake fiend into meat paste. A barbarian warrior swung his giant axe and was sent flying. Even his steel half-body armor was deformed. Su Len did not let the ogre wizard do as he pleased. Apart from a few of the most powerful barbarians, the rest of the ogre wizards were no match for him. Thunder lightning spear. Powerful lightning exploded from Sullen's body. Blue lightning flashed back and forth in the surrounding air. The powerful lightning immediately numbed two ogre warriors and charred their bodies. Asterisk clang. Asterisk an iron spear flew towards Su Len. The ogre wizard quickly threw out 3 more iron spears. Su Len swept his spear and sent the spear flying. He then rushed towards the ogre wizard in a flash. Exploding flames. Large amounts of fire elemental quickly gathered towards the ogre wizard. The orange fire elemental energy emitted violent energy waves, and a fireball that was twice the size of the previous one quickly appeared. Forbidding magic. Su Len immediately used forbidding magic the moment he sensed the fire elemental energy gathering. Although the effect of forbidding magic was powerful, it was also instantaneous. The range of the spell was not very far. The ogre wizard looked at Su Len with a sinister smile. Violent fire elemental energy quickly gathered in his hands. He was about to throw the fireball in the next second. However, at this moment, a surge of energy suddenly shrouded him. The elemental energy that he was so familiar with suddenly became difficult to control. The fireball that was about to take shape immediately dissipated. When he wanted to cast a spell, he realized that all the elemental energy seemed to be isolated from him. No matter what he did, there was no reaction. Just as the ogre wizard was stunned, Sullen's agile figure quickly rushed up. He swept the spear in his hand, and the ogre wizard's heavy mace cracked open. His body involuntarily stepped back. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Sullen's spear was like a torrential downpour, relentless and unending. The ogre wizard continuously used his mace to block. The powerful force made the ogre wizard's arms go numb, even though he was buffed with potency. Every time he blocked, he would involuntarily step back. Sullen's strength was obviously higher than his. The ogre wizard was exhausted from the barrage of attacks. He could not retaliate at all. The giant mace in his hand kept cracking open under the intense collisions. The lightning on the weapon kept jumping around the ogre wizard's body through the giant mace. Arcs of electricity flashed. If it weren't for the ogre wizard's stony skin and high elemental resistance, his body would have been numbed by the accumulated lightning. Even so, his condition was still very dangerous. The ogre wizard roared angrily when he sensed the danger. He immediately crushed the bone pendant on his neck, and a surge of elemental energy instantly exploded. Bloodthirsty berserk. The ogre wizard's eyes instantly turned blood red. His muscles bulged and his veins bulged. His strength increased explosively once again. The ogre wizard did not enter berserk mode earlier because he had to cast a spell. When he realized that he could not cast any spells, he immediately unleashed the berserk spell that was sealed in his tools. The ogre wizard's physical strength increased exponentially in berserk mode. However, this increase came at the expense of his rationality. After casting potency and bloodthirsty berserk, the ogre wizard finally managed to block Sullen's attacks. Though his strength was still inferior to Sullen's, he was no longer in a one-sided situation like before. After clashing with Su Len once more, the two figures finally came to a stop. Chapter 77. I'm going to kill you. Your flesh and blood will make me even stronger. The ogre sorcerer roared in anger. His muscles bulged, and his veins bulged like dragons, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. Su Len was expressionless as he coldly looked at the ogre in front of him. Lightning constantly danced around his body, and the powerful lightning energy resonated with the elemental energy in the air. Lightning constantly flashed in the air. Your head will become part of my collection. I'll hang it on the gates of my territory. The ogre mage roared and charged at Su Len again. On the other side of the battlefield, the barbarian warriors and ogres were in full swing. Both sides were warriors with thick skin and powerful strength. Compared to the ogres, the barbarian warriors were a bit stronger, but the ogres had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. But with Chris, the situation was different. Chrissy flew into the air. Around her, 2 ogre warriors and 4 ogre warriors were madly attacking the other ogres. The sudden betrayal of these ogres caught the other ogres off guard. 3 ogres died on the spot, and 2 more were heavily injured. More ogres were thrown into chaos. Crazy's innate ability to sow discord was at the highest level. Soon, the ogres became even more chaotic. With Crazy's help, the barbarian warriors didn't suffer too much damage. Ogres didn't have a sense of teamwork, and neither did barbarians. Although Su Len had taught them many times, these barbarians could only be rash when their blood rushed to their heads and they went berserk. An ogre's bone-shattering hammer swept across, but the barbarian warrior didn't back down. He swung his 2-handed axe in a roundhouse chop. The sharp axe spun with great force and directly broke the ogre's bone-shattering hammer. Then, without slowing down, the ogre's arm was cut off. The spinning axe was like a large windmill, barbarically breaking through all obstacles. The heavy armor on the ogre warrior's body didn't protect him at all. The barbarian warrior's axe directly chopped off the ogre's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the watermelon-sized head flew high into the air. After finishing his whirlwind slash, an ogre sent him flying before he could even regain his balance. The battlefield was completely entangled. Be it the barbarians or the ogres, both sides fought without any formations or formations. However, the barbarians were like fish in water. While the ogres had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. In reality, the main battlefield was still Su Len and the barbarian wizards. Bang! Su Len's figure flashed, and his long spear swept out with a lightning aura. The layer of stone skin on the ogre adept's body was easily torn apart. The ogre wizard didn't seem to care about his injuries at all. He held a battle axe in his other hand and swung it at Su Len. Su Len blocked it with his long spear, but he was still pushed back a few steps. A deep dent was left on the body of the spear, which was made of stainless steel. No one knew when it started, but a patch of dark clouds drifted in from the sky. A gentle breeze blew across the battlefield, bringing with it a chill and traces of moisture. It was obvious that it was about to rain. The lightning energy on Su Len's body continued to gather. The dark clouds in the sky grew lower and lower, and the lightning energy in the surroundings grew more and more. Following a furious roar, bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds in the sky. The lightning instantly turned a few ogre warriors into charcoal. Su Len had a strange feeling. The lightning in the sky had a strange connection with him. While he couldn't control the violent lightning, he could use his own strength to guide it. Lightning snakes dance. The lightning in the dark clouds grew more and more violent. Countless bolts of lightning rolled in the clouds. Everyone on the battlefield could see the strange phenomenon in the sky. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls woke up. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, they couldn't care less about anything else. The Hezru and Naga also returned to the abyss because their summoning time was up. The berserk ogres didn't notice what was happening outside. Su Len only used the energy in his body to guide the lightning. Then, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Sensing Su Len's aura growing stronger, the ogre adept roared and charged at him. Crackling lightning surrounded her body, and countless tiny lightning bolts drifted in the surrounding air. When Chris got closer, she felt her body go slightly numb, and tiny lightning bolts jumped on her body. Seeing this situation, Chris immediately retreated from the area. The ogre wizard's body was surrounded by a large amount of electricity. The layer of stone on the surface of his body had become tattered. Su Luan's body moved, and the surrounding electricity instantly gathered on his weapon. The steel spear seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Sullen's figure appeared beside the barbarian adept in an instant. The weapon in his hand left afterimages as he attacked the ogre adept. The ogre adept couldn't resist at all. Soon, wounds appeared on his body. The flesh around the wounds was burned to charcoal by the lightning. The ogre adept roared again and again. But anger was useless. Soon, his anger turned into screams of agony. He swung his heavy mace wildly. He wanted to fight Su Lin to the death. But at this point, he couldn't keep up with Sullen's rhythm. Su Lun dodged the ogre wizard's dying counterattack and stabbed his spear into the ogre wizard's chest like a bolt of lightning. A bowl-sized wound appeared on the ogre wizard's chest with lightning surrounding the wound. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wound and came out from the ogre wizard's back. The heavy mace slipped from the ogre adept's hand. The ogre adept took a few steps back and collapsed. Su Lun roared, thunder and lightning surged in the sky, and his whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Su Lun waved his long spear, and thunder and lightning flew out from his body. They hit the ogre warriors who were fighting the barbarians. The lightning surrounded the ogre warriors and paralyzed them for a few seconds. The barbarians were very experienced. They took this opportunity to kill the ogres. In just a few seconds, more than 90% of the ogres on the battlefield were dead or severely injured. Dozens of lightning bolts shot out. Sullen's figure gradually appeared. The lightning energy around him had dissipated. Only the flashes of lightning told the story of what had just happened. Chapter 78. Su Lun arrived in front of the ogre wizard's corpse. He lightly tiptoed and reached out to catch the battle axe. He looked down at the ogre wizard and chopped off its head with the axe. Su Lun put the head in a bag and looked at the other parts of the battlefield. Master, the rest of the ogres have been killed. Chris landed beside Su Lin and waved her whip back and forth. How are our casualties? Su Lin asked. None dead yet, but there are 5 seriously injured. If we don't treat them quickly, they won't make it. The rest are all injured, Chris said. Bring all the seriously injured here. Su Lin said directly. Soon, a few barbarian warriors brought the 5 seriously injured warriors over. These 5 barbarians were seriously injured. The lightest one's chest was caved in and a few of his ribs were broken. If it weren't for the fact that the broken ribs didn't pierce his heart, this barbarian warrior wouldn't have survived until now. Su Lin had a barbarian warrior who was good at setting bones reconnect his ribs. Then he used a physical healing spell on him. Green life energy wrapped around him and entered his body. Then it went to his injured parts. Under the effect of the life energy, the injured parts began to heal quickly. By the time the life energy was used up, most of the injuries had healed. The most seriously injured one had his stomach split open by the axe. Even his intestines had been cut open. If it weren't for these barbarian warriors' talents of toughness and strength, as well as their strong life force, this guy would have died long ago. However, this kind of injury was easy to treat. After 2 physical healing spells, the originally hideous wounds slowly healed. These wounds only healed on the surface, and it would take some time for them to fully recover. During this time, these barbarian warriors could only carry out some normal activities. Training or fighting was impossible. After healing the 5 barbarians, Su Lin treated the other injured barbarians. At this time, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Su Lin had the others clean up the battlefield while he looked at the rewards of this battle. You've won a huge victory. You have defeated an ogre warhammer tribe with a wizard. Your name has spread far and wide in the wastelands. Your name has a certain degree of deterrence to other wastelands races. Your prestige +2. The battle is over. You have received 26,385 EXP. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. You have received 2 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 1 gold treasure chest. In this battle, you obtained a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. Su Lin added 2 attribute points to strength and opened his personal panel. Name: Sullen Race, Human Level LV 191385419000. Strength: 37 Dexterity, 29 Spirit, 24 Physique, 29 Charm, 19 Commander, 63 Characteristics, Talent Valiant, Thunderbolt, Pegasus, Advanced Sturdy, Advanced Tenacity, Calm, Elemental Affinity, Iron Will Skills, Dark Ice Slash, Thunder Lightning Spear, Physiotherapy, Life Healing, Crimson Flame, Forbidden Magic, Mechanical Control, Stone to Mud, Morale Boost, Beginner, Ultimate Skill, Whirling Cherry, Great Mastery, Heroic, Master. Torrential Rain, Advanced, Weapon Proficiency, Swordsmanship 160, Spearmanship 185, Archery 98, Throwing 83, Equestrian 130. Thunder Lightning Spear, Advanced version of the Lightning Spear. After using it, the user will receive a boost to the power of lightning. Su Lin took out the leaf of the Wisdom Tree. The leaf of the Wisdom Tree was green and looked like an ordinary leaf. However, the leaf of the Wisdom Tree exuded a faint fragrance. It smelled good and made one's mind very clear. Leaf of the Tree of Wisdom. This leaf has a magical effect. After using it, it can increase spirit by 3 points. The leaf of the Tree of Wisdom was similar to the Big Dipper heavenly liquid that Su Lin had obtained in the past. They could directly increase one's attributes. However, one increased strength and constitution, while the other increased spirit. Su Lin didn't need spirit at the moment, so he stored the leaf in his storage space. Then, Su Lin opened the golden treasure chest that he had just obtained. As the golden light dissipated, a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a recruitment order. Hearing that it was a recruitment order, Sullen's eyes lit up. This thing was simply a timely rain for him. Currently, in his territory, besides 500 serfs and 40 mercenaries, there were 300 barbarians. Compared to a small town, the population was seriously insufficient. As for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, Su Lin didn't count them as part of the population. He didn't believe that these races would coexist peacefully with humans. Although the slaves in the camp were very obedient, that was because Sullen's previous battles had scared them out of their wits. Naturally, they didn't dare to resist. These monsters in the wilderness basically had the habit of eating humans. This was completely unacceptable to humans. In reality, whether it was humans, dwarves, barbarians, half-elves, half-orcs, elves, centaurs, and other races, these monsters could only be slaves in Sullen's territory. The development of his territory required a large number of people. Originally, Su Lin had asked Xian to take advantage of the trade caravans to advertise and recruit people in the northern provinces. However, Sullen's territory was 300 kilometers away from the nearest human city. This was too far for these people. Moreover, they were also suspicious of Sullen's policies, so no one was willing to come here for the time being. In order to replenish the number of humans in the town, Su Lin had asked Xian to buy a batch of slaves every time he returned to the camp. However, relying on slaves to replenish the population of his territory was too expensive, and the quality of the slaves was also worrying. The slave traders had long since picked out slaves with skills, and it wasn't cheap to buy these slaves. Now that he had this recruitment order, although it couldn't completely solve the lack of population, it was still very good for recruiting people. Last time, he had used the recruitment order to recruit more than 100 barbarians. He didn't know how many people he could recruit this time, and what race he could recruit. Of course, as long as it wasn't a cannibal race, Su Lin would accept it. He took out the recruitment order and chose to use it. The recruitment order, which was made of an unknown material, turned into a pile of dust in an instant, and then a gentle breeze blew past, leaving no trace behind. After using the recruitment order, Su Lin no longer paid attention to it. This kind of thing had a long-term effect. Soon, a group of people would come to apply to join, and he only needed to wait quietly. P.S. The Ogre Wizard stats are posted below. Ogre Wizard, Kalando, Race, Ogre, Class, Wizard/Berserker, Strength, 21, potency plus 6, berserk plus 6, 33 under berserk, agility, 16, plus 4 haste, vitality, 23, spirit, 22, charm, 8. I really don't understand, such an ugly ogre's charm can reach the standard of a normal person. Skills: fireball, exploding flames, potency, haste, stony skin, short distance displacement, voodoo curse, magician's hand, bloodthirsty berserk. Innate abilities: sturdy, tenacious, intelligent. Every creature will be different and have the talent to become a wizard. Spirit plus 4, instant cast, dual wielding weapons. Chapter 79. After the battle, Su Lin checked on the 8 ballistae. Fortunately, they weren't damaged. Only 2 of them had some small problems, and they would be fine once they got back. The surviving ogres were stabbed, and the injured goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls were also killed. Su Lin didn't have any medicine to treat them, and the uninjured were all locked up. However, there weren't many goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls captured in this battle. Most of the slaves had escaped during the battle, and the rest had been killed. The slower ones had been captured by the barbarian warriors, and the total number of captives was just over 100. Apart from the captives, the spoils of war were the most abundant. The ogres' armor and maces were all made of iron. Due to the craftsmanship, they weren't light. An ogre's full set of armor weighed close to 200 pounds. Only ogres and giants could use such heavy equipment. Su Lin was prepared to bring the equipment back to the furnace for recasting. There were close to 200 ogres, and all of their equipment weighed more than 2 tons. Moreover, they were made of iron, not ore. Even if Sulin's territory had iron mines, it would take at least half a month for the houndhead men in the mines to produce 2 tons of iron. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Lin didn't leave immediately. It was still drizzling, and he didn't want to rush back in the rain. There weren't many roads in the wilderness, and it would be even more difficult to travel if it rained. It wouldn't be good if he couldn't make it back in time and had to set up camp in the wilderness. However, he had to send someone back to inform the territory. He found 2 uninjured barbarians and had them send the message in the rain. Su Lin brought the others into the ogre camp that hadn't been completed yet. Although the camp wasn't completed yet, the houses had been built. However, the ogres' houses still needed to be cleaned. After all, ogres weren't very particular about hygiene, and their houses couldn't be expected to be very clean. However, it was good enough to have a place to shelter them from the wind and rain in this weather. Although the autumn rain was as thin as a cow's hair, it carried a chill. Although the barbarians had strong bodies, it didn't feel good to be in the rain for an entire night. After letting the slaves clean up the camp, Su Lin moved in. The barbarian warriors went to make a fire and cook. Chris went to deal with the aftermath of the battle. Su Lin brought the ogre wizard's body to a room. The ogre wizard's body was placed on a large stone platform. Normal ogre corpses weren't worth much, so Su Lin gave them to the gnolls as food. The ogre wizard's body was still valuable. Su Lin took out a sharp knife and slit open the ogre's chest. The ogre looked fat, but after cutting it open, Su Lin realized that it wasn't bloated. Instead, it was a layer of fat covering the ogre's strong muscles, especially its stomach. It looked like a swimming ring, but upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the outline of strong muscles. Su Lin took out the ogre's heart and stored it in ice. In addition to the ogre's heart, Su Lin found a barbarian skinning master to skin the ogre wizard and collect some of the ogre wizard's blood. As a magical creature, ogre wizards had a certain amount of magic power. Although Su Lin didn't know how to make magic potions and magic items, as long as he sold these things to wizards, he could get a good price. If he could recruit an alchemist, then these things would come in handy. After storing the things properly, Su Lin waved his hand and put them all into his storage space. Although the storage space provided by the system was only 3 cubic meters, the things inside would be in a static state. They would be the same as when they were put in. The barbarian warriors were in high spirits. At night, they specially prepared a grand bonfire party. The party was held in an empty space in the camp. They even used the scattered wood to build a canopy. Other than the barbarians who were on night watch, all the other barbarians participated. These barbarian warriors were very happy to have defeated an ogre tribe today. They saw this battle as an honor. All the barbarians used special paint to leave a tattoo on their bodies. After this battle, all the barbarians who participated in the battle leveled up. The strongest barbarian warriors had already leveled up to the barbarian Great Axe Berserker. As a non-hero profession, they were almost at the top at this level. If they wanted to continue leveling up, they would need to create their own hero template and become a hero. The number of self-created hero templates was very small, and Su Luan only had one so far, so this path was not realistic. Even if Su Luan got a self-created hero template in the future, it would definitely not be enough for them to upgrade all of their units to the top tier. Of course, this didn't mean that they couldn't level up in the future. It was just that they couldn't rely on the system's experience to level up. If they worked hard, there was still hope to break through the bottleneck and become a hero. However, the probability was too low. It was considered high if 1 out of 100 or even 1,000 top soldiers succeeded. In fact, the only creatures in this world that didn't have a bottleneck were dragons. As long as they lived long enough, they could slowly become adult dragons, young dragons, old dragons, and ancient dragons. There was no bottleneck at all. After passing the ancient dragon stage, as long as they didn't die of old age, they could become ancient dragons, ancient dragons, ancient dragons, and even ancestral dragons. Of course, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for a young dragon to become an ancient dragon. Apart from a few creatures, no creature could live for such a long time. The lifespan of a human was between 70 to 100 years, which wasn't short in this world. Gnolls only had a natural lifespan of 35 years, goblins and kobolds were even shorter. Dwarves had a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, elves had a lifespan of 500 to 1,000 years, and even half-elves had a lifespan of 300 years. Of course, if your strength reached the legendary level, your lifespan would naturally increase greatly. The profession with the longest lifespan was the wizard. As long as a legendary wizard didn't seek death, they could easily live for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if their life was coming to an end, they could choose to reincarnate as a lich. In theory, a legendary lich could live for at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, a legendary wizard's wealth was no less than that of a young dragon. The power of a wizard came from knowledge. Time also made them very powerful. P.S. Thank you to the Jealous Cult for the 2,000 reward. Thank you to the Heavy Dragoon for the 200 reward. Chapter 80. As for liches, if you encountered one, you'd have to pray for luck. After a wizard reincarnated into a lich, every lich would be at least a legend rank expert. They were also proficient in all kinds of spells and could be said to be one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. What was even more troublesome was that even if a lich died, it would revive through its phylactery. As long as the phylactery was not destroyed, the lich would not truly die. Among all the classes, the warrior class could be said to be the most miserable. Low-level warriors were completely cannon fodder. Only when they reached a higher level would they be better off. However, they could not be compared to wizards of the same level. If a high-level warrior could not become a legend, their stamina would begin to decline. After about 50 years of age, a warrior's body would enter a period of decline. If they could not become a legend before 60 years of age, they would basically have no chance in this lifetime. Of course, after becoming a legend, a warrior's lifespan would double, and their stamina would not decline anymore. They would be able to maintain their peak state until the last 10 years of their life. However, even if their lifespan doubled, a human warrior's lifespan would only be 200 years. Compared to a wizard's lifespan, it was simply too little. This did not mean that a legend rank warrior was not strong. On the contrary, they were very good at melee combat. It was just that if they encountered a spellcaster, they would be easily killed by a spellcaster. Pure warriors did not have the ability to cast spells, so when facing a spellcaster, they would be suppressed everywhere. Later on, some warriors also took on other classes. Those barbarian axe berserkers had now reached the peak of their class. As a top class unit, they had awakened even more powerful abilities. Among them, the signature skill of their class, Berserk, had become Advanced Berserk. Compared to Berserk, Advanced Berserk increased the strength of their muscles and the duration was also increased. In addition to the Barbarian Axe Berserkers, they also gained dodge intuition, which greatly increased their ability to dodge. It could be said that a fully armed Barbarian Axe Berserker had now reached the level of a Knight Commander. Among all the Barbarian warriors, apart from the 2 heroes, there were already 10 barbarians who had reached this level. The rest were Barbarian warriors and Barbarian Great Axe warriors. Chris had also leveled up, but although her strength had increased, she was still far from becoming a legend. It was not easy for Succubi to advance. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Last night, he had discussed the art of binding with Chris. It had to be said that Succubi were innately skilled and proficient in all kinds of positions. They could easily do many positions that humans could not do. Furthermore, Succubi had far superior physiques and recovery abilities than humans. They were both capable and durable, making them the best candidates for head maid. After destroying the ogre tribe, Su Len was very happy last night, so he celebrated with Chris. However, he didn't notice that he was having too much fun and woke up a little late. "Master, you're awake. Come wash your face." Chris strode over to the bed with her slender legs. First, she washed him with clean water, then she used the facial cleanser to carefully wipe his face. Chris had now taken care of him in the direction of total laziness. Now Su Lun didn't even need to get up, and she would help him do everything. After washing up, Su Lin rolled over and got out of bed. Chris gently helped him put on his clothes. Of course, it was hard to determine how long this process would take. Sometimes it would take an hour or 2. After all, he was more energetic in the morning. However, they had to return to the territory today, so Chris quickly dressed him. After a simple breakfast, the group was about to leave. The weather had cleared up, and the damp soil from yesterday's rain quickly dried up. Su Len led the barbarians to escort the captive out of the ogre territory. There were many spoils of war this time. Fortunately, the ogres had tamed a few camel beasts here. These camel beasts looked like rhinoceroses and had bad tempers. Moreover, their appetite was shocking. Although they were strong enough to pull things, they were not popular in the human world. Only the powerful ogres liked them. In addition to transporting resources, these camel beasts were also the ogres' food reserves. Ogres were carnivores. Besides various human-like creatures, they also ate other animals. However, they had a preference for human-like creatures. These camel beasts were probably the ogre tribe's food reserves. Although these camel beasts were difficult for normal people to tame and control, Su Len now had a group of barbarian warriors who were not inferior to the ogres. They could still suppress these camel beasts. More than 10 camel beasts left with the spoils of war, along with the slaves they had captured. The ogre camp was also burned down when they left. If the camp was not completely destroyed, it would be occupied by other tribes in 2 days. This place was indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. If Su Len wasn't short on manpower, he would have wanted to occupy this camp. After destroying the camp, the ogre tribe's resources all fell into Sullen's hands. Other than iron ore, the ogre tribe had many furs. However, ogres weren't proficient in the art of making furs. Many of these furs were already damaged and rotten. After loading the relatively good ones into the carts, they burned the rest. After summoning Red Flame to set the camp on fire, the camp was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. Although they carried many spoils of war on the journey back, their speed was much faster. The strong camel beasts were much stronger than horses. There were many weeds growing in the wilderness, and there were no roads. The wheels of the carts were often entangled in the weeds. Although horses didn't know how to drag, this wasn't a problem for the camel beasts. More than 10 camel beasts formed a simple road in the wilderness. Of course, this road didn't exist for more than a few days in the wilderness. It was quickly covered by weeds. Because the camel beasts were huge, the boats built in the territory couldn't carry them. Therefore, Su Len and the rest didn't return by boat. Instead, they traveled along the river. After returning to Northgard Castle, it was still in a state of alert. When he saw Su Len return with the team, Boulder heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already knew that the army had defeated the ogre tribe yesterday, anything could happen in the wilderness. Before the team returned, he didn't dare to let his guard down. "Boss, the welcoming ceremony is ready," Boulder said fawningly. "Welcoming ceremony?" Su Len was a little surprised. "Yes, boss. Let's go into the city now." When they entered the town, the army received cheers and welcomes. The two sides of the road were filled with people. The serfs looked excitedly at the ogre corpses and exclaimed from time to time. Some hot barbarian girls even boldly blew kisses to the team. "Boulder, keep this welcoming ceremony in the future." "Boss, as you wish." Chapter 81. The corpses of the ogres were salted with lime and hung on the walls of the town. This was actually a strategic deterrent. Other monsters and humans would be scared when they saw the corpses. In the northern wastelands, this was even more of a deterrent to other tribes. If more tribes migrated here, most of them would avoid this place after seeing the corpses of the ogres, unless they were much stronger than the ogres. After eliminating the ogres, Northgard Castle was filled with cheers. However, after a short celebration, the town returned to its original state. Because the planting season was coming to an end, all the land in the territory had been put on hold for a while. All the land was used for farming. Of the 12,000 mu of land in the territory, more than 8,000 mu were planted with potatoes. The remaining 2,000 mu were planted with winter wheat. This was specifically requested by Chris. Xion had bought it from Cult City last time. According to Chris, a lord's diet must include fine flour. As for the last 2,000 mu of land, they were all planted with sugar beets. These sugar beet seeds were all collected from the wild. It could be said that more than 90% of the sugar beets within 30 kilometers of Sullen's territory had been collected. The yield of the sugar beets was still unknown, but it shouldn't be too low. The sugar beets that grew in the wild were the size of small radishes. The yield of 1 mu of sugar beets was probably close to that of potatoes. Territory farmland frowny face quantity, 12,000 mu. Current status, planting complete type, 2,000 mu of winter wheat, 2,000 mu of sugar beets, 8,000 mu of potato diseases and pests, health fertilization, little or no maturity, winter wheat, 237 days. Potato, 104 days. Sugar beets, 352 days. Agricultural special effect. None after seeing that the sugar beets would take a year to mature. Su Len was a little anxious. After all, the sugar trade had just started. The demand for sugar would definitely increase in the future. The sugar beets collected from the wild wouldn't last long. Only by planting them on a large scale could they provide sufficient production. Without sugar beets, there was no way to extract sugar. Sullen's sugar trade would probably end prematurely. There were other ways to speed up the growth of plants. For example, the elves had ways to speed up the growth of plants. However, the elves hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. The other option was for wizards to cast spells that could speed up the growth of plants, or druids who were proficient in planting. Of course, they could also ask the priests of the goddess of earth for help. They also had spells that could speed up the growth of plants. However, these methods were not very useful for Su Len since his territory was so remote. For the time being, there was no way to speed up the growth of plants. Su Len could only continue to collect sugar beets in the wild. At the same time, he limited the amount of sugar he could trade. He would start implementing it after Xion returned. After the farmland in the territory was planted, the construction of the town was once again put on the agenda. Previously, because of the rush to plant the farmland, the construction of the town was basically stagnant. Now that the farmland was planted, only a small number of people were needed to maintain it. The extra people could start the construction of the town. The dozen or so camel beasts obtained from the ogre tribe were not killed. Although they had bad tempers, they were strong and could carry a lot of weight. They were very useful for transporting goods or building roads. The dozen or so beasts weighed several tons, so it was very convenient for them to transport wood and stone. Su Len specially made a few huge stone rollers and let the camel beasts roll them back and forth when they were building roads. The effect was not inferior to the professional road rollers in his previous life. With the addition of the camel beasts, the construction of the roads in the territory was very fast. In addition to the roads, the construction of Sullen's Lord's castle also sped up. Due to the small size of the town, Sullen's Lord's castle was not built too big. Apart from the town hall, there was also his residence, a small drill ground, and a garden where he lived. The garden was built with pure white marble. Sulen specially found these marbles in the nearby Sierra de Lotus. Sulen also used stone to mud to remove the impurities in the stone, so the marbles were as white as jade. According to Sullen's idea, he also wanted to build a fountain. However, he did not have a skilled sculptor, so the statue in the fountain could not be made. He did not want to just find a random statue, so he could only wait for the sculptors in the territory to improve their skills. A week later, Sullen's Lord's castle was finally completed. Congratulations, host. The Lord's castle is completed. The city management interface has been opened. Lord's castle, simple. This is a simple and crude Lord's castle. The bonuses to the territory are limited. Note: a dignified and majestic Lord's castle can better set off the Lord's dignity. Dignity +2, security +2, defense +2, popular +1, comfort +1. City management interface. City: Northern Fortress, small town, location: Northern Wastelands. Popular: 90, the highest popular rating is 100. When the popular rating is lower than 60, the townspeople will express doubts about the Lord. When the popular rating is lower than 40, the townspeople will begin to leave. When the popular rating is lower than 30, the townspeople will have a few chances of riots. When the popular rating is lower than 20, the townspeople will rebel. Please treat your people well. Tax, 0, can set tax standards. Currently lacking a tax officer. Income, 2,000 kinar, grain per year, 5,000 kinar, caravan trade, national treasury, 1,200 kinar, 8,000 units, grain, dried salted fish, 5327, dried meat, 1851, population, 812, includes barbarians, livestock, cattle, 117 bison, antelope cattle, 233, camel cattle, 17, horse cattle, 40 horses, sheriff, pending appointment, guard captain, pending appointment, garrison officer, pending appointment, mayor, to be appointed, tax collector, to be appointed, steward of the castle, Chrissy, matron of waiting, Chrissy, manager of caravan, Jean. Social security, 80, the higher the social security, the more stable the territory is. A safe town can increase the sense of belonging of the townspeople. If the security is low, it will cause chaos in the town. Prosperity, 12, please increase the commercial activities of the town as soon as possible. The more prosperous the town is, the more people will be attracted to live there. Population required to upgrade, 5,000 current population growth, 2, 1% troops, barbarian guards, 71, longbow archers, 5, town defense, beginner stone wall territory specialties, sugar, dried salted fish, dried meat, potatoes, fur, ironware territory buildings, mayor's mansion, houses, barracks, market, warehouses, farmlands, blacksmiths, port, mines. With the territory management system, Su Len could clearly see the current state of the territory. It was a lot easier to manage the territory. The main problem now was the income and population. Other than the sugar trade, the territory's income was almost zero. The population was the foundation of the territory's growth. He was severely lacking in population. Relying on natural growth was too slow. Luckily, he still had the recruitment order. However, the recruitment order was too hard to come by. Su Len needed to find other ways to increase the population. Chapter 82. Master, the rum you mentioned has been brewed. Would you like to have a taste? Chris asked as she walked over with a bottle of wine. The last time Xian came back from Cult City, he bought a batch of slaves along the way. Among them, there were a few slaves who knew how to make wine. Due to the lack of technology, the waste honey, which contained a lot of sugar, could not be extracted into white sugar. It was a waste to just throw it away, so Su Len tried to use the waste honey to make rum. In his previous life, rum was created from waste honey. At that time, South America planted large amounts of sugar cane, and after the sugar was extracted, a large amount of waste honey was produced. The plantation owners invented the use of waste honey to make rum. At that time, due to technical issues, the fresh water carried by the sea for a long time would easily spoil. Most importantly, rum could cure sepsis. Therefore, many ships carried a large amount of alcohol. Alcohol could be stored for a long time without spoiling, and it could prevent the sailors from getting sepsis. Rum spread all over the world with the voyage, and the use of waste honey to make rum became another source of income for the plantation owners. It was good to use waste honey to make rum. Without using food, they could obtain a large amount of rum. This was good news for Su Len, which was short on food. In this era, there were very few forms of entertainment. Even in Kalen City in the south, the only entertainment among the nobles was hunting or banquets. There were also very few bards or circus performances, and even fewer forms of entertainment for the commoners. The most common form of entertainment was to go to a tavern and have a drink. There were many barbarians in Su Len, all of them strong and energetic. In order to let them vent their excess energy, Su Len specially built a drill ground for them to spar. It was the same for the alcohol now. There was another reason. The trade in the territory had begun. As time passed, more and more caravans would arrive, and they would definitely bring a large number of mercenaries and caravan guards. These people would definitely need to find entertainment. There were no seafood merchants in Sullen's territory, and there were no young ladies who sold abalone. There was still a long way to go. Therefore, they could only come to the tavern. Mercenaries and guards were paid well, and they spent money quickly. As long as the tavern was built, it would definitely become an important source of income for the camp. There was no reason not to do something like this that could solve the problem of wasted honey, increase the number of entertainment options, and even make money. Taking the rum, Su Len smelled it first. There was a faint aroma of alcohol. He poured the rum out. The rum was amber in color. He tasted it slightly. The taste was not bad. The taste was refreshing and the smell was fragrant. It was much better than the ale he had drunk before. The ale that Su Len bought before was cheap and tasted a little sour, so the merchants added a lot of water into it. This kind of ale was also the most popular in the tavern because it was cheap enough. It only cost 2 copper nars to drink a cup. It could be said that the ale was actually water with a little bit of alcohol, which was far inferior to the rum. "This wine tastes pretty good," Su Len said in a good mood as he put down the cup. "This kind of rum is the best one they've ever made." Chris picked up Sullen's unfinished glass and tasted it. "How much is the cost?" Su Len asked. If the cost of this wine was too high, he could only sell it as a high-end wine and continue to make cheap wines. "According to your instructions, the rum is brewed using waste honey. A lot of water is added to dilute it, and then yeast is added to ferment it. The cost of a barrel of 100 liters of rum is about 2 kinar," Chris said as if she was familiar with it. Su Len did a quick calculation. This price still did not have any price advantage compared to ale. "Master, this rum can be diluted with water. The one you're drinking is not diluted." Chris explained with a smile. "This kind of wine can be diluted by 1/4. The taste will be much lighter, but it's still much better than ale. Then dilute it by 1/4. You can calculate the price." Su Len agreed immediately. Adding water into the wine was a normal operation in this era. Of course, high-end wines would not do this. Make this rum into a low-grade wine and a high-end wine. Change the high-end wine to a better name and mix the taste. "We'll sell the 2 wines together," Su Len said. "Okay, I'll go and tell them to do it." Chris nodded. "Right, give each of the slaves who make the wine 30 points. Give them 50 points for making this wine," Su Len ordered. "Tell them to mix the wine as soon as possible." Chris nodded and left with the rum. Next, the slaves quickly mixed the 2 wines according to Sullen's request. The high-end rum was clearer and almost transparent. It had a strange fruity smell. The taste was refreshing and sweet, and the taste was sweet and fragrant. It was very good. The taste of the low-grade rum was much worse, but it was refreshing and had a translucent reddish-brown color. From its appearance to its taste, it was still much better than ale. At the same time, the cost of producing it was only 10 silver nars per barrel, which was already close to the price of ale. The high-end rum was more expensive. After mixing, this kind of rum cost 2 kinar per barrel. Sulen was going to build a glass factory in his territory and bottle it for sale. He was not going to sell a bottle more than 2 kinar per bottle. One barrel could hold at least 200 bottles. Sulen also came up with a name for this wine, cold dew wine. He also made up a story to raise the price of this wine. This was a common marketing method in his previous world, but it was definitely the first time he used it in this world. As long as the story was moving enough and the wine tasted good, this kind of wine would be able to sell quickly. Of course, if Sulen had enough connections, he could let the king use this kind of wine in court banquets. That way, the effect would be even better. But if he had enough connections, why would he come to this godforsaken place to explore? After the wine was made, Sulen immediately began to build a tavern in the town. The location of the tavern had been chosen long ago, and it was ready to start construction. The progress of the tavern was very fast. It only took 2 days to build a tavern that could accommodate 70 to 80 people. Tavern, a town building. A lively tavern can let people relax after a day of work and have a drink. The tavern's appearance makes the town more prosperous. The tavern's existence will attract people who like to drink. Prosperity +5, happiness +5, information +5, security -2. Special effect, chance to attract wandering heroes to stay here. Chapter 83. Attract wandering heroes? After seeing this information, Sulen's breathing instantly became heavier. He only had 3 heroes in his territory, Johnson, Boulder, and Chris. None of them were weak. If he could recruit heroes, the tavern's value would be even higher. After arranging for people to open the tavern, Sulen purposely went to the tavern to sit for a while. After experiencing the tavern for a while, he ordered the person in charge to collect information in the tavern and pay attention to some strange people. After the tavern opened, Sulen found that the barbarian warriors liked the tavern more than the drill ground, so Sulen had no choice but to restrict them. In order to deal with the upcoming trade, Sulen built a barracks near the trading market. It was a place for soldiers to rest. Next to the barracks was the trading market's tax office. The tax office was very simple now. The territory had not even appointed a tax officer, so Chris had to take up the post. Fortunately, there were no other taxes in the territory except for trade with caravans. This was also why Sulen had not appointed a tax officer. After all, there was no tax. Merchant caravans would definitely be taxed if they came to do business. In the fief, any transaction worth more than 100 gold coins would have to be filed with the tax office and paid a certain amount of tax. If anyone tried to take advantage of the loophole and purposely limit a transaction to less than 100 gold coins, they would be punished 10 times the amount. All trades had to be done in the trading market. Trading outside the market was considered illegal. The goods would be confiscated by the soldiers in charge of the market's security. Coming out of the tavern, Sulen saw Xian with a face full of dust. "Monsignor, it's great to see you. I was just about to report to you." Xian was overjoyed when he saw Sulen. He quickly walked to Sulen and bowed. "Monsignor, the caravan has returned safely to the territory. All the goods are undamaged. This time, we bought 300 slaves from Cult City. We also earned 1,500 kinar from this trade." "So much?" Sulen paused for a moment, then took the bill and flipped through it. The biggest item on the bill was the white sugar. Xian had brought a total of 50 caddies of white sugar to Cult City for trade. The rest were furs and other things. They were sold for less than 500 kinar in total. 50 caddies of sugar sold for nearly 3,000 kinar in Kalant. After that, he spent more than 1,000 kinar to purchase supplies in Cult City. He spent more than 1,000 kinar to purchase 300 slaves. After paying taxes, he still had 1,500 kinar left. The average price of the white sugar that Jean sold was about 60 kinar per caddy. Compared to the distribution of the white sugar, the price was double. In the end, the white sugar was sold out in less than half a day. Moreover, there were many nobles and merchants who did not manage to buy the white sugar and wanted to pre-order it. However, without Sullen's order, Jean did not dare to accept. It seems that the nobles have quite a high demand for white sugar, Sullen thought to himself. Although he was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the nobles' love for white sugar. These nobles who lived extravagant lives had reached a very high level in their pursuit of all kinds of material comforts. The long period of peace had caused them to become more and more extravagant. Well done, Sullen praised as he patted Jean's shoulder. Xian was very satisfied with his current job. He had gone from a penniless mercenary who lived on the wind and dew to a merchant who worked for a noble. This huge change made him extremely grateful to Su Lun, the man who had bestowed him with all this. This is all thanks to your guidance. I only did the most basic things, Jean said respectfully. As one of the first mercenaries hired by Su Lin to expand his territory, Jean had personally witnessed how Su Lin cut through all obstacles and established a firm foothold in this dangerous wilderness. Then, Su Lin led the barbarian warriors to victory after victory. In just 2 short months, he had built a town from nothing and excavated a gold mine in this barren land. Now, Jean believed that he was witnessing the rise of a legendary figure. Being able to follow a legendary figure was also a great benefit to him. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to rise from a commoner to a new noble. Jean, no need to be humble. I know your hard work. Su Lin nodded at him. After working as a merchant for a while, Jean's negotiation and trading skills had improved. This was the most obvious change. Monsignor, only a few of the nobles we bought this time have skills. The rest of the slaves can only be serfs or handymen. I'm sorry, Monsignor. Most of the artisan slaves with skills have been bought by the nobles. Slaves with skills were in high demand in the slave market. They were basically monopolized by the merchants and nobles. Others could only pick up the leftovers from them. Su Lin was able to buy dozens of artisan slaves because of his noble status. There are more than 300 slaves. Divide the artisan slaves according to their skills. As for the rest, let them build roads. Su Lin quickly arranged the slaves' jobs. Monsignor, many people have been asking about our supply of sugar in Cult. I've followed your instructions and told a few merchants. They've decided to come to our territory to trade. All right, I understand. Su Lin released the news to attract other merchants. He wanted more people to compete for the sugar. Of course, other than the sugar, the arrival of many merchants would also lead to the discovery of the territory's commerce. This was very important to Sullen's territory. As for the sugar, he planned to take out 500 pounds of sugar every month to trade. The 500 pounds of sugar would be divided into 5 portions and auctioned off one by one. The highest bidder would win. To prevent the merchants from secretly colluding with each other to suppress the price, Su Lin used a secret auction. The price was kept secret. Each person only had one chance to bid. This way, even if they had discussed the price beforehand and divided the shares, it would be useless. In order to not be eliminated, they had to raise the price. The merchants did not follow Jean to North Town Castle. They were prepared to come together. For the upcoming trade, Su Lin gave the slaves priority to build roads to the market. At the same time, the roads in the territory began to expand. In this era, it cost a lot to build roads. Su Lin required the roads in the territory to be at least stone. Some places even needed to be paved with stone slabs. The roads would not be dusty on a sunny day or muddy on a rainy day. Chapter 84. Apart from roads, Su Lin also started to build a water supply system for his territory. Although he had been in this world for more than 10 years, Su Lin was still not used to living without running water. In this era, most cities relied on well water, and well water could be bought with money. Having a sweet well in the city was a stable source of income. Of course, some poor people would choose to fetch water from the river, while the nobles would choose to get water from the nearby mountain springs. Because it wasn't easy to get water, People in this era rarely took a bath. It was considered hygienic for a commoner to take a bath once a month. Su Lun couldn't accept his barbarian warriors not taking a bath for a month. These energetic burly men had to patrol and sweep the wastelands every day, so it was inevitable that they would be covered in dust and sweat. Therefore, Su Lun forced them to bathe every day. Of course, this request was unanimously supported by the barbarian women. Now, even if Su Lun did not supervise them, the barbarian women would supervise their husbands. If they did not bathe, they would have to sleep outside for the night. When Su Lun came to the riverside to inspect, he saw a group of naked men and children jumping into the red sand river to bathe. The weather was not cold at this time, so it was not bad to bathe here. It would not be good if it started snowing. Su Lun planned to build a water supply system as well as some public baths. Magic in this world could do many things that technology could not do in his previous world, but the number of wizards made it difficult to spread magic. Su Lun planned to build a water supply system that was similar to the Lanzhou water wheel in ancient times. With the mechanical manipulation skill, Su Lun was very familiar with the principles and manufacturing of various machines. He planned to build 3 or 4 Lanzhou water wheels on the Red Sand River. First, the water wheel would raise the water in the river, then send the water through the water supply channel to the city's reservoir. The reservoir had to be built at a high place, or the water would not be able to flow. The aqueducts outside the city used the elevated aqueducts of ancient Rome in his previous life. In order to ensure that these aqueducts were sturdy and durable, Su Lun used mud to stone to reinforce these aqueducts. The aqueduct was built from the river all the way to the outskirts of the city. Su Lun thought about it for a while and decided to build the aqueduct outside of the city. The main reason was the expansion of the city. The northern fortress was not that big at the moment. It was only 500 meters long and wide. It was not crowded with thousands of people living in it. However, as the population of the territory increased, the current size would not be enough. Therefore, Su Lun had already planned to expand the town. This time, Su Lun planned to double the size of the town in all directions. This way, the area would increase by 4 times and upgrade the town into a large town that could accommodate 5,000 people. The length of the aqueduct from the Redwater River to the city was more than 5 kilometers. Because the city was much higher than the river level, these aqueducts had to be built as elevated aqueducts. It was very difficult to build an elevated aqueduct. There were no architects in the territory who could build such a big project. Su Lun had to do it himself. After all, he had been in this world for 10 years and had received proper aristocratic education, even though he was only an observer. The education of the aristocrats in this world was very strict. They had to learn etiquette, geography, horsemanship, literature, architecture, history, martial arts, and so on. Su Lun had learned all this knowledge seriously. Although he did not spend too much time on architecture, he was confident that he could build an elevated aqueduct with the theories from his previous life. The aqueduct was about 60 centimeters wide and the reservoir was 50 centimeters deep. The highest point of the aqueduct was 30 meters from the ground. The diameter of the water wheel was 35 meters. In order to build such a water wheel, Su Lun personally brought people to the Sierra de Lotus to cut down the iron oaks that had been growing for hundreds of years. Iron oaks lived in cold environments. The wood was hard and did not easily deform. It was also resistant to corrosion and did not burn easily. It also grew very slowly. It would take at least 200 to 300 years to grow to 40 to 50 meters tall. The water wheel built with this kind of wood was light and durable. After spending a few days cutting down 8 iron oaks in the Sierra de Lotus, Su Lun brought his people back with him. In order to cut down the iron oaks, Su Lun brought people to exterminate 2 Jackalan tribes. Su Lun had seen the Lanzhou water wheel in his previous life at the water wheel park. When he saw it up close for the first time, he was very shocked. The water wheel, which was 20 to 30 meters tall, was driven by the flow of water. It did not rely on steam or electricity to raise the water level of the river to 20 to 30 meters. The structure of the water wheel was not very complicated. According to the memories of his previous life, Su Lun combined them with his mechanical control skills and finally built the first Lanzhou water wheel. The huge water wheel stood on the red sand river. The rapid flow of water pushed the water wheel to turn. The water tank on the outer ring of the water wheel was filled during this process. As the water wheel turned, the water rose to 30 meters in the air and poured into the aqueduct. As long as the water wheel was not damaged and the red sand river was not cut off, the water could be transported continuously. Water wheel, a giant water wheel built with iron oaks. The structure is ingenious, sturdy, and durable. It is a very good tool to carry water. Sturdiness plus 10, abrasion plus 10, water carrying plus 10, power plus 15. The aqueduct was built with rocks. Because it had to reach a height of 30 meters, a very deep foundation was dug underneath. The construction of the aqueduct also required Sullen's personal command. In this era, there were very few adhesives used to glue walls together. Most of them used glutinous rice juice or volcanic ash cement. Glutinous rice juice required a lot of food, and Sulen did not want to waste it. Sulen could not afford to ship the volcanic ash cement here either, so he had to work hard himself. After every section was built, he would cast mud to stone on the aqueduct. After using the mud to rock spell, these rocks would completely fuse and no cracks could be seen. The effect was much better than that of the glutinous rice juice and cement. The effect was good, but it was too expensive. In Cult City, hiring a wizard who was proficient in mud to stone would cost at least 300 kinar per day. Even nobles could not afford this price. If Sulen really ran out of money in the future, he could also consider becoming an architect. Mud to stone could turn a 10-meter-long aqueduct into rocks every time he cast mud to stone. Sulen would cast the spell more than 10 times a day. He had spent a lot of effort on this water system. P.S. Thank you Eater Ku for your 1,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you Ho E from Chang E's family for your 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you NPC 123689 for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you Ababababa for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 85. The water supply system had built a large reservoir outside the city. The water from the Red Sand River was not drinkable. Although the water was clear in this era, many people drank it directly. If there were dead animals upstream, the drinking water of the entire city would be threatened. One of the reasons Sulen built the reservoir was to disinfect the water. The reservoir would be lined with pebbles, fine sand, and charcoal to filter the water. Of course, these could only filter out the impurities in the water. Sulen also prepared a fine net made of pure silver. After a few steps of filtering and disinfecting, the water source would be safe. It would take a long time to complete the water supply system. While the water supply system was being built, the caravan from Calent City arrived. After Jean left Calent City, Fernan was the manager of the caravan sent by the Fiery Bird Chamber of Commerce to the northern fortress. At the same time, he was also the biggest merchant among the 8. The Skylark Chamber of Commerce, which had already cooperated with the northern fortress, was also among them. However, the Skylark Chamber of Commerce was only ranked 4th among the 8. Other than Robert from the Skylark Chamber of Commerce, there was another person Sulen knew. He was the manager of the Bohemia Chamber of Commerce. Oh, yes, he was the fatty that Sulen set up last time. When he came here to steal from Northtown Castle, he didn't want to pay any price. In the end, he was set up by Sulen and the barbarian warriors. He didn't expect that he would dare to come here to make a deal. Of course, Sulen wouldn't set him up on purpose. He needed Northtown Castle to prosper. It was better not to set people up. Of course, if someone thought Sulen was easy to bully, he wouldn't mind playing with them. Mr. Fernan, I think we should form an alliance and monopolize the sugar trade here. Yes, I think so too. As long as we can monopolize the sugar trade here, we can easily double our annual profit. I agree. The other managers all agreed. They already considered the sugar trade in Northtown Castle to be theirs. Since everyone agrees to monopolize the sugar trade, we need to divide some shares. Fernan nodded. Closely after that, Fernan glanced at the managers of the other 7 chambers of commerce before saying bluntly, I want 20% of the white sugar. You can negotiate the remaining 80% among yourselves. The other 7 chambers of commerce did not have any objections to this. Clearly, this was already the norm. Following this, the 7 chambers of commerce began to continuously negotiate and quarrel for a larger share, causing the entire scene to become extremely heated. Fernand didn't intend to interrupt. Instead, he took out a pair of delicate scissors and carefully trimmed his nails. It wasn't until the managers of these chambers of commerce decided on the shares that they began to speak. Since we have already agreed on the shares, then let's confirm the purchase price. Robert, how much did you pay for Kinnur last time? 50 Kinnur a caddy. That's too expensive. We should ask him to lower the price. Owen said impatiently as soon as Robert finished his sentence. Yes, lower the price. I think we should lower it to at least 35 Kinnur before we can accept it. Another manager of the caravan agreed. You're oversimplifying the problem. In order to get a high price, he might be preparing to auction it off. Robert knew how difficult it was to deal with Chris, so he directly poured cold water on her. So what? We've already agreed on the price. If it's higher than that, we won't bid. Yes, let's do that. The group of people agreed. What if he's not willing to sell? One of them suddenly asked. Simple. If he dares to reject the deal, then we'll show him the power of our 8 chambers of commerce. I think he'll agree. The others laughed. As the 8 biggest chambers of commerce in Cult City, they controlled more than 60% of the city's trade. They had the right to say that. After the discussion, they held a small banquet before they went to prepare the caravan for the Northgard fortress. Sulen didn't know that the 8 chambers of commerce had already agreed to monopolize the sugar trade. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In his opinion, the alliance of these people was not reliable at all. A small external force was all it would take for the alliance to fall apart. The 8 caravans arrived at Northgard Castle. Other than Robert, the other caravans were shocked by the sight of Northgard Castle. In their minds, this small territory in the northern wasteland should be even better than the countryside in the north. However, when they arrived, they realized that although the town was small, it was unusually clean and tidy. The roads were all paved with stones. There were drainage ditches on both sides of the roads. There was no stench of feces in the air. All the houses were neatly arranged. It had a different kind of beauty to it. Everyone was informed of the rules before entering the town. It was the first time they heard of such complicated rules. Many of the guards and mercenaries found it hard to accept. Which city had a rule that one must walk on the right when walking? What was a small, broken town like this? In the end, after the 2 barbarian axe warriors taught the restless mercenaries a lesson, all the caravans agreed. They couldn't do anything about it. Who would have thought that the 2 barbarian warriors could take out more than half of the guards and mercenaries of a caravan? After knowing the strength of Northgard Castle, even the managers of the caravans became obedient. After a show of strength, the caravans were arranged to stay at the trading market. Su Luan did not have much interest in the arrival of the caravan. He was now busy building the water supply canal. The water supply canal from the river was gradually lowered. The starting point of the canal by the river was about half a meter lower than the end point of the reservoir. The closer it was to the town, the higher the ground was. The less work there was to do, and the faster the construction was. After casting mud to rock on this section of the water supply canal, Su Luan rode his black-maned horse to the tavern. During this time, he would sit in the tavern for a while every day. After all, the tavern's attributes said that there was a chance to attract some heroes here. He was going to try his luck at the tavern. If he met a hero, he would make a profit. After arriving at the tavern, Su Luan realized that the tavern was very lively today. The tavern that could hold 80 to 90 people was full. Luckily, the tavern was a 3-story building. There were still many empty seats on the 2nd floor. Su Luan asked for a glass of rum, and then found a corner and began to observe the guests in the tavern. But to his disappointment, although there were many people in the tavern today, these people were either guards or mercenaries. He didn't find any special people at all. These mercenaries liked rum very much. Although it was twice as expensive as ale, it was still very popular. It seemed that rum could be sold for a good price. Chapter 86. The white sugar trade was discussed in Sullen's lord's castle. The next morning, the managers of the 8 merchant guilds came together. Chris sat lazily on the sofa in the main seat. Her seductive demeanor stunned the managers of the merchant guilds. Some of the managers were even more embarrassed. Ahem! Fernand, who recovered first, reminded them with a dark face when he saw the ugly behavior of the others. Everyone looked a little embarrassed when they recovered. However, as old foxes, their skin was thick enough. They pretended as if nothing had happened and continued the discussion. Welcome to our North Town castle. The conditions are simple, so please bear with us, Chris said with a smile. We have 500 pounds of white sugar to sell this time. 500 pounds of white sugar? That's quite a lot. How about the trade and the price? Fernand nodded. He did not wait for Chris to answer and continued, we can buy all of these goods. We have discussed the price. We can give you a high price. Fernand's expression was as if he was sure the other party could only accept it. Chris picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. She did not say anything. Sulin had expected this. They had even discussed the solution. Seeing that Chris did not say anything, Fernand thought they had agreed. He continued in the same tone, your town is too far away from Cult City. Every time you come here, it costs a lot. So, you have to give us a discount on the price. Of course, we will also compensate you. If your town needs any goods, we can help you transport them. The price is negotiable. Our 8 merchant guilds control 60% of the trade in Cult City. We have enough power to meet your requirements. Oh, then what do you think the price of white sugar should be? Chris said with a mocking smile. Fernand and the others looked at each other. They were secretly proud of themselves. She was indeed a country bumpkin. As long as she showed off her muscles, they would admit defeat. Ahem, we have discussed it. 35 kinar for 500 pounds of white sugar is a good price, Owen said. Chris did not answer. Instead, she looked at the other managers. However, no one else spoke. Very well, I know what you mean. Chris nodded and put down the teacup. But we have a better way. Then he stood up and said with a smile, this batch of 500 caddies of white sugar will be divided into 5 portions. All the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce can bid, but this time we will be using a closed bidding method. Everyone, there is a sign on the table. Write down your price on the sign and hand it to me. In the end, we will choose the 5 caravans with the highest prices to trade with. As for the 3 caravans with the lowest prices, I'm sorry to have made you come here for nothing. Crazy said with a smile as she played with a small leather whip with her jade-like fingers. By the way, let me remind you that you only have one chance. After saying that, she winked mischievously and then returned to her seat calmly. That's impossible. We will never agree to trade in this way. Never. Just as Chris finished speaking, Fernand, who was still elegant just a moment ago, couldn't help but shout. As the manager of the largest chamber of commerce in Cult City, he had always been the one to set the price. No one dared to refute him. Who would have thought that he would fail in this remote and desolate place today? Mr. Fernand, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with our arrangement? Chris said with a smile. However, her tone was as cold as the wind from the northern wastelands, sending chills down one's spine. Ugh. Fernand opened his mouth when he saw Chris's beautiful face. In the end, he didn't say anything. Who else has an opinion? You can leave now. Chris looked around. She was filled with an oppressive aura. The atmosphere in the living room became abnormally heavy. After waiting for a while, no one stood up to leave. Looks like no one has an opinion. Then let's begin. Write down your prices on the board. After a while, we will send someone to collect them. Seeing that no one was leaving, Chris chuckled and returned to her seat. The 8 managers glanced at each other and exchanged a few polite words with each other before picking up their pens to write down their prices. However, this price was not easy to write down. If they wrote it too low, the other companies might write it too high. If they wrote it too high, they might end up wasting their time here. If they wrote it too high, they would not be willing to give up. Therefore, these people didn't start writing. Chris leisurely looked at the conflicted expressions of these merchants. In her heart, she was full of admiration for her master Sullen's method of bidding. Just a hidden bid had easily defeated the alliance of these 8 Chamber of Commerce. The hidden bid method didn't give these people a chance to unite. Moreover, there was another benefit. Those Chamber of Commerce who were originally afraid of Fiery Bird Chamber of Commerce and didn't dare to compete with them didn't have any misgivings this time. After about 15 minutes, a few barbarian girls came in and collected all the hidden bids written by these merchants. Chris picked up these hidden bids and started to examine them. Chris didn't immediately announce the results. Instead, she asked all the managers to go back and wait for the news. She then took the hidden bids and left the living room. "And how much did you write?" A manager pretended to be nonchalant and asked. 35 kinar. "We agreed to give them this price. We can't change it." Owen said unyieldingly. "Robert, what about you?" "Of course I firmly support the price we agreed on previously. Not a single copper kinar can be added." Robert said righteously. His expression was like that of a knight who was expressing his loyalty to the king during a knighthood ceremony. "Yes, we should unite. We can't let these country bumpkins take advantage of us," another manager said loudly. Hearing these people's words, Fernand nodded to himself. It seemed like this time it was in the bag. After the managers left, Chris started to look at the hidden bids. The highest bidder offered a price of 80 kinar. Chris took a look and saw that it was actually Owen from Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce. In second place was Robert with 78 kinar. The lowest bidder offered a price of 65 kinar. This was more than double the price of 35 kinar that they had agreed on previously. Among the top 5 Chamber of Commerce, the lowest bid was 73 kinar. The average price was 76 kinar. The 500 caddies of white sugar sold for at least 38,000 kinar. Chapter 87. The next day, Fernand looked at the other 5 caravans trading with the North Town Castle. "Owen, didn't you say that you were going to give me 35 gold nars?" Fernand said angrily. "Sorry, Mr. Fernand, maybe I remembered it wrong." Owen didn't feel embarrassed at all. He gave the kinar to the staff next to him and took his men to load the goods. Fernand knew that he was fooled by these people. He couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. What gave him a headache now was how to explain it to the Chamber of Commerce. Su Lin looked at the embarrassed woman in front of him. He didn't expect that his recruitment order would recruit a hero. Today, when he was casting mud to stone on the canal, a horse came running from afar. When he got closer, he found that there was an injured woman on the horse. The woman's face was covered with a veil, and her eyes were shining like stars. Although her entire body was wrapped in a large black cloak, one could still see the graceful curves of her body. Her back was simply bandaged with a bandage. At this time, the bandage was already oozing blood. Obviously, the running just now had caused her wound to split open. "Help me!" After saying that, she fell down from the horse. Su Lin quickly reached out and caught her. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have met an injured hero. Helping her can increase the success rate of recruitment. The recruitment order effect has ended." Su Lin didn't expect that the recruitment order would only recruit one hero. He wanted to recruit some barbarians or other powerful races to increase the number of troops in the town. He didn't expect that there would only be one hero. But since the recruitment order effect had ended, he couldn't regret it. Seeing the injured heroine, Su Lin called a carriage and was ready to carry her in. Her wounds were simply bandaged, and her veil was rubbed to one side, revealing a beautiful face. When Su Lin gently carried her, her delicate eyebrows frowned unconsciously, and then she calmed down. He reached out and picked her up. He could easily feel the elastic skin of the woman in his arms, which made his heart flutter slightly. There was a faint fragrance on the woman's body. The carriage stopped at the Lord's castle. Su Lin carried the woman inside and found Chris to check her injuries. To Sullen's surprise, the succubus was very interested in the woman. After checking her injuries, Su Lin cast a physical healing spell on her. Light green life energy entered her body, and the hideous injuries on her back quickly healed. However, although her injuries had healed, her face was still very pale. Having Chris stay behind to take care of her, Su-Lin returned to the outside of the city to direct the construction of the aqueduct. After a period of construction, the slaves were already familiar with this work. They just had to wait until the end to cast a spell to turn mud into stone on the aqueduct. After finishing today's work, Su-Lin went to the barracks to have a look. The barbarian boys who had not yet reached adulthood were already receiving training here. When they reached adulthood, they could directly join the army. Su-Lin even planned to set up a reserve system in his territory in the future. This way, even if the army suffered losses, it would be quickly replenished. It would not affect the combat effectiveness of the army too much. After inspecting the barracks, Su-Lin felt hungry. He turned around and walked towards the Lord's castle. As soon as Su-Lin entered the Lord's talisman, he felt that the atmosphere today was a bit strange. Chris did not come out to greet him today. It seemed that she would have to suffer a few more plasma cannons tonight. "Master, you're back." As soon as Su-Lin took off his cloak, Chris came over. "Yes." Taking the towel from Chris, Su-Lin wiped his hands and asked casually, "Is that woman awake?" "She's awake." Chris took the towel and smiled. "Master, she's a wizard." "Wizard?" Hearing the word, wizard, Su-Lin raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the recruitment order this time would attract a wizard. Wizards were very powerful in this world. Of course, they were also very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, wizards rarely appeared in the secular world. They preferred to hide in their own laboratories and study all kinds of spells. "Yes, a wizard. But master, you don't have to get your hopes up. She's a wandering wizard," Chris added. Chris then told Su-Lin the news she learned not long ago. A few minutes later, Su-Lin rubbed between his eyebrows and quickly digested what he had just heard. After sorting out his thoughts, Su-Lin continued to say, "You mean she's the only one left in her school of wizards?" "That's right." Chris nodded and said, "According to her, her school of sorcerers was originally a small one. After her elder was injured in a conflict with a dark sorcerer, he passed away soon after. Because she was worried that the dark sorcerers would take revenge, she left her original place and began to wander. This time, she came to the northern wastelands to collect some materials for experiments. In the end, she was attacked by 2 adult violent mountain bears. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to injure the 2 violent mountain bears and escape. She was also lucky enough to come to our territory. What luck! It was obviously the recruitment order that was powerful." Su-Lin complained about the recruitment order in his heart. Then he continued to say, "In other words, she's a lousy wizard?" Chris glared at Su-Lin coquettishly and said softly, "She's a girl. How can you say that?" "But she's a mysterious witch." Su-Lin shrugged. "Then does she have any plans?" "It seems like she wants to stay here for the time being. Of course, she said that she's willing to serve you, the great lord." "Master, she's also an alchemist and very beautiful." After saying that, she even winked at Su-Lin teasingly. Alchemists were also a branch of wizards. Most wizards would take on this profession. Alchemists could use all kinds of materials to create things with magical powers. All kinds of magic weapons, armors, and magic tools in the human world were basically made by alchemists. If there was an alchemist, then the things in his warehouse could be used. The ogre heart, blood, and skin left behind by the ogre wizard he killed last time, and the heart, blood, and tiger skin left behind by the Gale tiger Su-Lin killed. These things were very good raw materials. After being made into potions or equipment, they could quickly increase the strength of the territory. Chapter 88. Su-Lin and Chris went to the backyard together. Hathaway was still resting on the bed. Hathaway was the witch Su-Lin had saved. Although her external injuries had healed, she had overdrawn her will during the battle with the 2 mountain bears. "Hello." "Thank you for saving me." Hathaway stood up and said. At this time, Su-Lin had a clear look at her appearance. Her wine-red hair draped over her shoulders. Her white face was pale due to her injuries, but her facial features were exquisite. Her large black eyes shone like stars. Her loose robe did not cover up her curvaceous figure. The robe in front of her chest was pushed up high. Her breasts were so big that he could not hold them with one hand. He liked this kind of girl who had a big heart. Chris did not lie. Hathaway was definitely a beautiful woman. Compared to Chris's charm, Hathaway had a mysterious charm. Anyone who sees such a beautiful lady injured would lend a helping hand. Su Len said with a smile. "You are a true noble. Thank you for the compliment. Miss Hathaway, I would like to invite you to join my territory. What do you think?" "I accept your invitation." Hathaway nodded. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully recruited a hero. You are rewarded with a silver chest. Name: Hathaway, loyalty, 80 profession, wizard, alchemist rank, beginner wizard, intermediate alchemist strength, 11 agility, 10 will, 18 vitality, 13 charm, 25 command, 30 characteristics, talent elemental affinity, strengthened spirit, focus, strengthened perception, energy control, bloodline awakening, intelligence skills, magic trick, magician's hand, illumination, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, intermediate alchemy abilities, combat casting, proficient casting, rapid casting, meditation, talent for magic weapon proficiency, sword weapon 60, staff 95, horsemanship 107. Note: wizard research costs a lot of money. You need to pay her monthly salary. Seeing Hathaway's stats, Su Len was a little surprised. He didn't expect her charm to reach 25, only slightly higher than Chris. No wonder she was so beautiful. It could be said that she was one of the top beauties among humans, and she was also a sorcerer. Warlocks were also a class of spellcasters. Compared to normal wizards, warlocks were tall, rich, and handsome. This class depended on one's looks. As long as one's charisma was high enough, they could obtain the ability to cast spells. In other words, ugly people couldn't become warlock chi. Compared to wizards, warlocks didn't need to learn all kinds of spell knowledge, study spell models, and all kinds of spell theories. They could easily cast spells. Think about it. Every day, you're hanging your head and stabbing your butt with an awl. You're working so hard to get into a good university. Next to you is someone who goes online every day, reads novels, flirts with girls, and has never done any homework. In the end, after the college entrance examination, his grades are better than yours. Isn't that very hateful? What made wizards even more envious was that the bloodline of warlocks could be passed down to their descendants. In other words, as long as one's father or mother was a warlock, then their descendants would have a high chance of awakening as a warlock. As long as there were enough descendants, there would be one or several warlocks in every generation. It only took a few generations to form a warlock family. Of course, the inheritance of warlocks would gradually weaken, unless there was a phenomenon of atavism. Otherwise, it would weaken from generation to generation. Wizards, on the other hand, had a hard time. To become a wizard, one needed to have a strong talent, a talent for spiritual strength, and a talent for learning. Only people with strong spiritual strength could learn meditation, and then learn all kinds of languages, casting gestures, spell models, and so on. Finally, they could cast spells. Let's put it this way. Every successful wizard was a top student. This class was naturally unfriendly to bad students. Therefore, it was very difficult to cultivate a wizard. Moreover, the power of a wizard couldn't be passed down. At most, their descendants would have a higher chance of becoming a wizard. It was very difficult to form a wizard family. Therefore, most wizards were trained by teachers or academies. They would find talented children from the large number of ordinary people and train them. Compared to the latter, it took a lot of time, effort, and money to cultivate a qualified wizard. Of course, since wizards had invested so much, as long as they persevered, they would gain more. Every advanced wizard had mastered a large number of spells, which allowed them to deal with all kinds of situations. At this stage, wizards could be called spellcasters. Compared to warlocks, advanced wizards could master twice as many spells as warlocks of the same level. Apart from these, the spells that warlocks mastered all came from their bloodline. Therefore, the spells they mastered were relatively simple. The casting ability of a legendary warlock was much weaker than that of a wizard of the same level. Of course, warlocks also knew this weakness. Therefore, warlocks who were ambitious and talented would often take on the role of a wizard. There were very few people who could do this. Sulen didn't expect that the wizard he recruited would be a genius who took on the role of a warlock. The only downside was that he would have to pay her a monthly fee for her services. Speaking of which, Sulen basically didn't pay the soldiers when he was developing his territory. Barbarians didn't have the concept of money. Most of the barbarians were slaves that he bought. Chrissy was also a succubus that he caught with his own ability. Why should he pay? As for Hathaway, Sulen had to pay. Every wizard was a master at spending money. Although they were rich, they also spent a lot of money. All kinds of enchanted materials were not cheap, and the same went for the materials used for experiments. Therefore, the money had to be paid. Then Chrissy arranged a room for Hathaway. Because the town was simple, the best house was Sullen's mansion. Luckily, there were many rooms in the mansion, so Chrissy only needed one. By the way, Hathaway, you're an alchemist. Can you make magic tools? Sulen suddenly asked. Of course, but with my current skills, I can't make advanced magic tools. I can only make beginner and intermediate magic tools. In addition, I need you to provide me with the materials to make magic tools. I'm currently penniless, Hathaway said as she spread her hands. Of course, there are some problems that I need to explain in advance. Making magic tools has a certain chance of failure. If it fails, more than 90% of the materials will be damaged. After all, I'm only an intermediate alchemist now. Of course, I'll provide the materials. Please don't worry about that. I'll take the damage of the materials into consideration. Sulen smiled and said, well, today, to celebrate Hathaway joining my territory, I'm going to hold a welcome party. As you wish. Chrissy smiled slightly. P.S. Thank you to Ho Yi from Chang Yi's family for the 300 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Say Loneliness to Loneliness for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to We'll Never Meet Again for the 200 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to A Bookworm for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Yunzhong 128 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1452 and 5418 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 89. Hathaway was now a beginner wizard and a beginner warlock. She was on the same level as a human knight. Only by activating her own life energy could she be considered a knight, followed by a grand knight, a knight commander, a conferred knight, and a legendary knight. It was not easy for a normal person to become a knight. A healthy child would need to train from a young age to become a knight squire, then a trainee knight, and finally a knight after activating their life energy. Wizards were also strictly divided into ranks. Before mastering a level 1 spell, they were considered apprentices. As long as they mastered a level 1 spell, they would be a beginner wizard, followed by an intermediate wizard, an advanced wizard, a grand wizard, and a legendary wizard. Of course, it was not easy to become a legendary wizard. Every human kingdom had at least 1 or 2 legendary knights, but the number of legendary wizards was a lot less. Basically, only the upper echelons knew their names. Ordinary people had never heard of them. As for the barbarian soldiers in Sulen, they were barbarian hunter, barbarian warrior, barbarian axe warrior, and barbarian axe berserker. As long as the barbarians were recognized by the system, they could be promoted. The barbarians were a powerful race and were naturally stronger than humans. Therefore, as long as a barbarian reached adulthood, they could become a barbarian hunter. However, this was only the same level as a human squire. When they became a barbarian warrior, they would be equivalent to a human knight. The top military class would reach the level of a knight commander. However, although the system's military class accelerated the growth of their strength, It was difficult to level up after reaching the top military class. After the territory passed the most difficult period, the resources here were also a lot more abundant. More than half of the 38,000 kinar from the sugar trade had been spent to buy various daily necessities brought by the merchants. Therefore, Sulin's standard of living had improved a lot. Although the dinner was prepared at the last minute, there was still a lot of food. There were roasted whole lamb, steak, roast goose, and various desserts. The most popular desserts were the various desserts. It took Sulen a lot of effort to make this ice cream after he had white sugar. He added all kinds of fruit sugar to milk and then froze it with ice magic to make this ice cream. Chris liked the taste after eating it once. Hathaway also had no resistance to this ice cream. Ding! Your subordinate hero Hathaway is very satisfied with the ice cream. Her sense of belonging to the territory has increased. Hathaway's loyalty has increased by 5 points. Hearing the system notification, Sulen was slightly stunned. Just like that, the loyalty of a witch was increased. How could a meal of ice cream attract a witch? Suen, can you give me that ice cream? Hathaway stared pitifully at the untouched ice cream in front of Sulen. Looking at her greedy look, Sulen shook his head helplessly, then handed over his cup of ice cream. Thank you. Hathaway quickly took the ice cream and couldn't wait to put a spoonful into her mouth. Then she closed her eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Her expression was very much like a cat that was being stroked. After the banquet, everyone went back to have a rest. In this era, there were few ways of entertainment, especially at night. Sulen was very vengeful, so he took Chris back. He was going to teach this little succubus a lesson tonight. He would use the plasma cannon as much as he wanted. The house was covered with velvet, and the quilt was very soft. Ever since she started wandering, she hadn't slept in such a comfortable bed for a long time. However, as soon as she lay down, she vaguely heard some strange noises coming from outside. At first, she thought it was strange, but when she realized, Hathaway blushed and spat in the direction of the noise. Then she covered her head with the quilt and went to sleep. However, the velvet quilt couldn't block out the noises. Although she was covered with the quilt, the noises were getting louder and louder. It was like a cat's paw scratching back and forth in her heart. The noises lasted until midnight before it finally stopped. The next morning, Sulen woke up feeling refreshed. When he was having breakfast, he bumped into Hathaway. However, Hathaway didn't seem to have slept well last night. The dark circles on her face were very obvious, and she couldn't stop yawning while eating. Hathaway, didn't you sleep well last night? Is the bed uncomfortable? Sulen asked with concern. The bed is very comfortable, but there were 2 cats outside the window last night that kept meowing until midnight. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep until midnight. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulen. Then she finished her breakfast, yawned, and went back to sleep. Cats meowing? There are cats here? Sulen was a little confused. What he didn't know was that Succubi's voice had a special magic that could easily transmit the sound to Hathaway's room. Since there were wizards in the territory, they needed to build a laboratory. Because wizards' experiments often had a certain degree of danger, the laboratory needed to be built far away from people's residences. After letting Hathaway choose a place in the territory, Sulen continued to direct the construction of the aqueduct. After casting mud to rock on the aqueduct, Sulen suddenly remembered that there was still a treasure chest that he hadn't opened. While the slaves were working, Sulen opened the storage space and opened the silver treasure chest inside. Congratulations, you have opened the silver treasure chest. You have received the skill Earth Spring Surge. Earth Spring Surge, after use, a fountain can be created in the underground water veins, and enemies on the ground will be blasted into the air. Sulen looked at the skill. To be honest, the power of this skill was just SOS. It consumed a lot of mana, and the damage was average. However, it didn't mean that this skill was useless. On the contrary, this skill had many uses. Originally, Sulen planned to let the Lord's mansion use the aqueduct water. Now that he had this skill, he planned to directly create a spring in the Lord's mansion. With this spring, even the fountain in the garden could be used. After letting the slaves continue to build the aqueduct, Su Len mounted his horse and rushed to the Lord's mansion. Soon, Su Len arrived at the backyard. At this time, there was no one in the backyard. After spending a skill point to learn Earth Spring Surge, Su Len released his mana and prepared to cast it. As his mana was cast, his power of the will merged with the ground, passed through the rock layer, and quickly found a water vein 30 meters underground. Then he guided the water vein continuously upward. Finally, the water vein broke through the surface and directly gushed up to a height of more than 10 meters. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of others. After a while, Chris and Hathaway came and then cooperated with Su Len to connect the fountain to the Lord's mansion's water supply system. Chapter 90. The water supply system in the Lord's castle had been built a long time ago. Previously, they had been waiting for the water supply system outside the city. Now that Su Len had brought in the fountain, the problem of the water supply system in the castle was solved. Even the fountain in the garden had started working. Although he could use the underground spring spell to guide the underground water to create a fountain, Su Len did not stop the water supply project outside the city. After all, when the territory expanded, the population would definitely skyrocket. He could not let the Lord dig wells for those people every day. Therefore, building a complete water supply system was the best way. Hathaway's laboratory was built very quickly. It was located in the northeast corner of the town. Su Len purposely went to take a look at her laboratory and found that it was somewhat similar to the ones he saw in his previous life. The only difference was that there were none of the various advanced equipment in his previous life. "This is your laboratory?" Su Len reached out and picked up a glass beaker. "How is it? Are you curious about the wizard's experiments?" Hathaway happily placed all kinds of strange tools in the laboratory. "There's nothing to be curious about. It's not some alchemy master's laboratory." Su Len pursed his lips and said, "Oh right, you said that you can make magic tools. I have some materials here. See if you can make them." "Magic materials? Where are they?" "Let me see." Hathaway grabbed Sullen's arm and asked when she heard that Su Len had magic materials. Feeling the amazing elasticity from his arm, Sullen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but rub against her. Hathaway suddenly felt something strange in front of her chest. Her face instantly turned red and she quickly let go of his hand. Seeing that Su Len still wanted more, she could not help but step on his foot. Sorry. It's a reflex." Su Len smiled awkwardly. It did not feel good to be caught red-handed. "All right, these are the materials I was talking about." Su Len took out the items from his storage space and wanted to change the topic. Sure enough, as soon as he took out the magic tiger skin, it attracted Hathaway's attention. "Stormwind tiger skin?" Hathaway said in surprise after carefully inspecting it and sensing the mana within. "That's right. How is it? Can you use this magic tiger skin to make a magic tool?" The skin of the Stormwind tiger can be made into many magic tools. The simplest one is to make blank spell scrolls and sell them to wizards. Hathaway stroked the Stormwind tiger's hide as she spoke. The hide of this high-grade magical beast naturally contains mana. It's an excellent medium for creating high-grade spell scrolls. It's very popular among magi. Of course, this is a bit of a waste. Just use the edges and corners to make blank spell scrolls. A complete tiger skin like this is too extravagant. "I have two plans for this Stormwind demon tiger pelt." Su Len leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs, looking like he was listening attentively. "Tell me about the two plans." "One is to use the Stormwind tiger pelt to make a cloak, and the other is to make a leather armor." Hathaway sighed as she felt the rich mana within the Stormwind tiger pelt. "What's the difference between a cloak and a leather armor?" Su Len asked. "A cloak made from the Stormwind tiger pelt can be enchanted with haste, featherfall, and camouflage. These three spells can be used once a day, and then it needs to be recharged before it can be used again. As for a leather armor, it has less of an effect. It can increase magic and physical resistance, and it can also be enchanted with lesser strength or lesser haste. The cloak is made of a larger material, almost twice as much as a leather armor. This kind of tiger skin can be made into about 12 to 15 pieces, and about 30 pieces of leather armor. Of course, no matter what you do in the end, you have to leave a piece of this Stormwind tiger pelt for me, Hathaway said. What do you want the Stormwind tiger pelt for? Sulin was a little surprised. I don't have a wizard's robe yet, Hathaway said confidently. This Stormwind tiger pelt is thick and warm, and it can be enchanted. Of course I have to leave a piece for a wizard's robe. All right, I'll leave a piece for you. As for the rest of the Stormwind tiger pelt, half of it can be used to make leather armor, and the other half can be used to make a cloak. Sulin thought for a moment, then continued, enchant the leather armor with haste. Sure, but this is a lot of work. It'll take me a long time to finish it. Hathaway nodded. Then, as if she had thought of something, she quickly asked, by the way, since you have such a complete set of Stormwind tiger pelt, do you have the other parts of the Stormwind tiger pelt as well? Yes, do you want them? Sulin asked. Hathaway said, to make leather armor and cloaks, you need to carve runes on them. The most suitable material for carving runes on a Stormwind tiger pelt is its blood. Carving runes with its blood will have a higher success rate. I have quite a lot of blood stored in the Lord's Castle's warehouse. I'll have Chris send it over to you later. By the way, do you know what to do with the Stormwind tiger pelt's heart? The heart, huh? It can be used to make potions, but I've only made low-level potions. I haven't made any mid-level potions with the heart of a Stormwind tiger pelt, so I can't guarantee the success rate. It's fine. It's okay if you fail. Just treat it as practice. Sulin waved his hand casually. I still have the skin and heart of the ogre shamans. I'll give them to you when you're done with them. Ogre shamans? Hathaway looked at Sulin in surprise. Ogre shamans? What about them? Ogre shamans are at the level of great wizards. You killed them. Great wizard level? It's okay. Sulin didn't take it to heart. Hearing Surin's words, Hathaway was speechless for a while. What did he mean by, not bad? That was the level of a great wizard. As long as it advanced one more time, it would become a powerful legendary monster. Why did he say that it was similar to a gnoll? The heart and skin of the ogre shamans. I can't handle these materials, but I know what kind of tools they can be used to make. What kind of equipment can they be used to make? Sulin was interested. There aren't many things that can be made from the skin of the ogre shamans. The best ones are the ogre strength bracers and the ogre strength girdle. The ogre strength bracers and the ogre strength girdle can both increase strength by 2 points. When combined into a set, it can increase strength by 6 points. The maximum strength increase won't exceed the strength of an adult ogre. The strength of an adult ogre was 16 points. This meant that the maximum increase from this set of equipment was 16 points. A novice knight with 10 points of strength would become a Hercules with 16 points of strength after equipping this set of equipment. However, this set of equipment was useless to Sulin. Chapter 91. An adult barbarian's strength was around 12 points. After leveling up, the best barbarian berserker's strength was around 18 points. The ogre set had limited effects on them, but it was effective on normal humans. It could be sold for a good price. The ogre heart could also be used to make magic potions, but Hathaway couldn't make them. Here are some demon materials. Claws of claw demons. Deal with them as you see fit. Sulin took out various materials from his storage space. Wait, how many materials do you have? Did you rob the Marquis of the North's treasury? There are so many materials. Seeing Sulin taking out materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in shock. Although the materials in front of her weren't particularly precious, they were worth at least 50,000 kinnar. How many monsters did he have to kill to earn that much? She thought about how she was almost ambushed by the mountain bear when she was looking for materials. She was almost buried in the wilderness. In the end, Sulin took out so many magic materials so easily. It was too much of a blow. There are so many materials. Are you trying to exploit me like I'm your coolie? If you don't want to, I'll take them away, Sulin said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Now that they're here, they're mine. Hathaway snapped her fingers, then controlled the magician's hand to put the items away. Take out everything else, Hathaway said after putting the items away. All right. I have a leaf from the wisdom tree. Su Lin took out the wisdom tree leaf that he had obtained last time. What? A leaf from the wisdom tree? After seeing the leaf in Sullen's hand, Hathaway immediately pounced over and hugged Su Lin. She reached out to take the leaf. Su Lin only felt a ball of soft meat pouncing on him, and a pleasant fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose. Foul. You're crashing into me. Didn't you think I was exploiting you just now? Su Lin flipped his palm and put the wisdom tree leaf into his storage space. Where are the leaves of the tree of wisdom? Let me see. Hathaway grabbed Sullen's hand and asked, Is it important to you? Sullen's eyes lit up. Very important, very important. Hathaway nodded like a chick pecking rice. I see. Su Lin nodded. When he saw Hathaway hanging on his body, he said decisively, No. You. Hathaway glared at Su Lin angrily. Her chest swelled with anger, making her look fierce. What about me? I'm your employer. Hathaway seemed to have thought of something. She gritted her teeth and whispered into Sullen's ear, Why don't I marry you and you give me the leaves of the wisdom tree? Get up first. Su Lin lifted Hathaway's tie and lifted her off his body. What do you want the leaves of the wisdom tree for? You'll give it to me if I tell you? Hathaway said angrily. Don't talk about conditions. Slap. Su Lin slapped Hathaway's perky butt. He had wanted to do it for a long time and finally found the chance. Hathaway looked at Su Lin with a wronged expression. She then pouted and said, The leaves of the wisdom tree can be used to make an awakening potion. It can increase my spirit and speed up the recovery of my mana. There are no side effects at all. I see. Then you can make it. Su Lin nodded and took out the leaves of the wisdom tree. Seeing the leaves of the wisdom tree, Hathaway immediately took it and stared at it with glowing eyes. How many bottles of awakening potion can be made with this leaf? One leaf can only make one bottle. Also, you can't just use the leaves of the wisdom tree to make the awakening potion. You need other ingredients. Luckily, although the other ingredients are expensive, they are not too rare. I have them all. With this awakening potion, I can become an intermediate wizard. Hathaway said excitedly. Not bad. I'm a man of my word. Hathaway did not want to waste any more time. After she chased Su Lin out of the lab, she immediately began to make the awakening potion. After leaving Hathaway's lab, Su Lin continued to instruct the slaves to build the aqueduct. After finishing his work for the day, Su Lin habitually came to the pub for a drink. As soon as he sat in front of the bar counter, Manager Wright whispered to Su Lin, Monsignor, a strange person came to the pub today. Really? How so? Sullen's heart skipped a beat and asked. I don't know, but I have a feeling that this person is not simple, Wright said in a troubled tone. Su Lin took a sip of wine and asked, Where is he? The corner by the window on the left, Wright said. Go get me another glass of wine. Su Lin looked in that direction and saw a man in his 30s sitting in the corner. He then turned his head and said to Wright, Monsignor, please wait for a second. Wright quickly brought over a glass of wine. A familiar prompt sounded in Su Lin's ears, Congratulations, host. A wandering hero has appeared in your tavern. You can try to recruit him. Pub, currently one wandering hero. Taking the glass handed over by Lighter, Su Lin picked up the glass and walked towards that person. New here? Su Lin put the glass in front of the man and sat across him. The man turned his head and glanced at Su Lin. At this time, Su Lin realized that the man in front of him was blind in one eye. Try this rum. It tastes pretty good. Su Lin gestured to him. Thank you, the man said coldly after taking a sip. I am the lord of this territory. Are you interested in joining my territory? Su Lin continued, not minding his cold tone. You are the lord? Hearing Sullen's words, the man looked at Su Lin seriously. Yes, why is there someone else pretending to be me? I heard that the lord of this territory is very powerful. I want to compete with you. If I lose, I will join your territory. The man nodded and said, You want to compete with me? Su Lin looked at the man in front of him with interest. Okay, then come with me. Su Lin led the man out of the pub and walked to the military camp's field. By the way, what is your name? Harrison. The two soon arrived at the field. Su Lin stood in the middle and waved at Harrison, indicating that he could attack. Harrison did not hold back. He pulled out his sword and rushed over to Su Lin with a sweep. Su Lin blocked it with his spear easily. Harrison was not surprised. He followed the momentum and cut down at Su Lin's finger. Su Lin smiled. He shook his spear and pushed Harrison's sword away. Then he swept over. The battle was without suspense. Harrison was no match for Su Lin at all. P.S. Thank you to Long Xian, WZ11114, and NetDreamer for the 100 starting point coins. Floating Dream thanks you. Chapter 92. After trying a few times, Harrison realized that he couldn't hurt Su Lin at all. After understanding the difference between him and Su Lin, he simply admitted defeat. Since you have admitted defeat, then join my territory, Su Lin said as he put away his spear. Ding! Wandering hero Harrison requests to join your force. Do you accept? Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a hero. 1 silver treasure chest is rewarded. Name, Harrison. Loyalty, 75. Profession, Silver Eagle Swordsman. Level, Knight Strength, 16. Dexterity, 17. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 16. Charm, 10. Command, 75. Features, Talent Intermediate. Tenacity, Robust, Intimidation, Strong Will, Courage, Vigor, Dexterity, Vigilance, Discipline. Retired officer. He used to be an officer in the Army of the Kingdom of Florence, Command +2, Discipline +4, Veteran. He has experienced many cruel battles and survived successfully. He is an elite warrior, Will +2, Skills. Silver Eagle Swordsmanship, Crusader Swordsmanship, Combo / Triple / Tackle, Shield Bash, Air Combo / Defensive Block, Dual Wielding Weapon, Detection, Combat / Interrogation. Weapon Proficiency, Swordsmanship 145, Shield 130, Spear 135, Horsemanship 130, Bow 88, Throwing 82. This is an excellent officer. He had to escape and become a mercenary because he was inadvertently involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles. You need to pay him a reward every month. Officer? After seeing Harrison's attributes, Su Lin thought that he was very suitable to be the sheriff of the territory. Although his strength was not outstanding as a hero, as long as he was willing to spend time, his strength would steadily improve. Now that the territory and the Chamber of Commerce were trading, many mercenaries and guards came to Su Lin's town. Although the town became more prosperous, it also caused the security of the territory to deteriorate. He was going to appoint a sheriff to manage the town's security and punish those who violated the rules. Harrison's appearance just satisfied Su Lin's requirements. Welcome to the North Castle, Su Lin said with a smile. It's an honor to serve you, Harrison said with a knight's salute. Su Lin opened his storage space and opened the silver treasure chest. A burst of spiritual light dissipated, and 2 pieces of tempered steel appeared in his storage. After that, Su Lin appointed Harrison as the security officer of Northtown Castle and formed a security team. The members of the security team were selected from the mercenaries and trained in the military camp for a period of time. The mercenaries Su Lin had hired in the past had all settled down here. A few of them had even brought their lovers over to live here. Harrison recruited 30 security officers and formed a security team. Of course, the strength of these vigilantes wasn't high. Even after undergoing military training, their strength was only at the level of night squires. Only a few of them had reached the level of novice knight. Their professions changed from mercenaries to soldiers. North Fortress Recruits, North Fortress Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Iron Eagle Guards. Compared to a powerful race like the barbarians, human soldiers were much weaker. The elite guards were only at the level of knights. Moreover, the cost of training a soldier wasn't small. In addition, they had to pay extra. The North Fortress guards were paid 2 kinar, while the elite guards were paid 5 kinar. Similarly, Sulan's barbarian guards also had to be paid. When the territory was first developed, Sulan promised that as long as the territory was developed successfully, he would give them the status of free people. Therefore, Sulan didn't have to pay those barbarians for a period of time. However, once the territory was on the right track, he had to pay them. According to the system's standards, the barbarian warriors weren't cheap. Of course, compared to their strength, it was still worth it. After all, they couldn't be hired in the human world with hundreds of kinar. The security team was set up and trained by Harrison. Sulan marked out an area in the town as the official residence of the security department. At the same time, he also asked the blacksmith to make special weapons for them. The security department's jurisdiction was within the territory, and the security team were all humans. They didn't have the strong bodies of the barbarians. Most of the people they faced were thieves or mercenaries who violated the rules of the territory. They didn't need the heavy armor and giant axes of the barbarians. The security team was equipped with light armor and chainmail. Their weapons were also long swords. Although these weren't the best, they were enough to deal with the guards and mercenaries of the caravans. Security Department, a simple security official's residence. This is the headquarters to protect the safety of the territory and fight crime. Security +5, popular +3, law +3. With the establishment of the security department, the prison was also built. Unlike the security department, the prison had to be rebuilt. After all, a prison was different from a normal house. The good thing was that the prison didn't need to be too big. Those who committed the most heinous crimes would be sentenced to death. Only those who committed less serious crimes would be locked up there. Under Sulan's mud-to-stone spell, the construction was completed very quickly. Prison, you should be glad that you're only locked up. You still have a chance to change. Reformation +10, Life of Repentance +10, Indestructible +10, Psychological Deterrence +10, Prosperity -1, Security +5, Criminality -2, Law +2. After the prison was completed, it was recognized by the system. Sulan specially brought a few humans in to inspect it. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt that the atmosphere was oppressive. It didn't feel good, as if there were invisible things staring at them all the time. At the same time, it reminded them of the things that they regretted in the past. It definitely wouldn't feel good to stay in there for a long time. However, it was the best place to lock up criminals. This place was used to lock up criminals, not for them to go on vacation. After touring the prison, the faces of the few humans behind them were a little pale. When they came out, they looked at the prison with fear in their eyes. Obviously, the prison had left a very shocking impression on them. These two guys would probably involuntarily think of the prison whenever they wanted to commit a crime in the future. Most likely, they would be honest. With the expansion of the town, the number of residents and officials in the town would increase in the future. With that, all kinds of crimes would definitely increase, especially the corruption of officials. In Sulan's plan, this place was to encourage business. When the time came, there would definitely be officials who couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. This was the real world, not a game. Those officials weren't NPCs and wouldn't make mistakes. Sulan was considering whether to let the residents and officials experience the prison every once in a while. Judging from the behavior of the few humans just now, this prison was still very intimidating to criminals. Of course, in addition to the prison, Sulan would also make strict laws and supervision departments. Chapter 93. After the police department was established, they caught a few drunken mercenaries causing trouble on the streets on the first day. They were then thrown into jail by the police. After they sobered up, they were handcuffed and sent to clean the streets or to do manual labor. With the existence of the Public Security Bureau, the security of the territory suddenly became a lot better. During this time, Sulan had purposely spread the news to the other provinces in the north. Many civilians who wanted to own a piece of land knew about the Northgard fortress. However, due to the distance, they could not cross the wilderness even if they wanted to, unless they were escorted along the way. In order to attract more people, Su Len made an agreement with the merchants that came here to trade. He asked the merchants to bring along civilians who were willing to come here every time they came here. Of course, in order to make the merchants do their best, he specifically asked that only civilians who brought along more than 50 people were qualified to participate in the sugar trade. Of course, this would make the merchants unhappy, so Su Len compensated them by giving them a kinnar reward for every person they brought along. It did not cost them much to bring the civilians along. Other than being responsible for some security issues, they were responsible for their own food and lodging. They could also use their spears to defend against monsters when they encountered them. After some consideration, the merchants agreed. From the second month onwards, the population of the territory began to slowly increase. The local lords did not care much about the loss of the civilians. After all, the people who left were all homeless. If they stayed, the city could not provide enough jobs for them. These people could only steal to survive. Or they could become mercenaries. To be honest, mercenaries did not have a good reputation. Many mercenaries were part-time robbers in the wilderness. Some mercenaries would even attack their clients directly. After they did it, they would move to another place. Therefore, most merchants would have their own guards and mercenaries. Therefore, the lords would not stop the refugees from leaving. Instead, they would clap their hands and welcome them. When the refugees came to Su Len's territory, they were as poor as a church mouse. Su Len would not be kind enough to directly distribute land to them. There was a saying in his previous life that went like this: a small amount of kindness was a small amount of hatred. If Su Len directly distributed land, houses, and food to them, these people would probably think that these things were what they deserved. Once Su Len stopped providing them with help, they would even think that Su Len owed them. Therefore, Su Len didn't plan to do this at all. From the beginning, he planned to use work as a form of relief for these people. In any case, there were many people in the territory who needed to work, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to arrange for these people. Su Len would let these people work and pay them wages. They could also rent houses in the territory. Of course, they had to pay rent. The rent would not be very high, but it was necessary. When they went out to work, they would be given 2 meals. In this era, other than the nobles, the commoners only had 2 meals a day. The territory did not keep idle people. The civilians who came with the caravan were a mix of good and bad. Some of them knew their place, while others were idling around. Su Len did not need to do anything for these people. He just threw them to the kobold or gnoll supervisors, and the supervisors would teach them a good lesson. These people would work in the territory for 3 months, and then they would be qualified to buy houses and land, or the right to reclaim wastelands. Reclaiming wastelands here needed to be reported in advance. As long as one paid a kinnar, they could get the right to reclaim 10 acres of wastelands. These 10 acres of land would be tax-exempt for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax would return to normal. Houses could be rented, and if one had the money, they could also buy them. Therefore, in Su Len's territory, as long as one worked hard, they would live and get better and better. These people who lived at the bottom of the food chain worked hard more often than not, but they could not even afford to eat and wear. With the addition of population, the territory became more and more lively. In addition to white sugar, the rum in Su Len's territory also began to be sold. This kind of refreshing and sweet rum became very popular as soon as it appeared. Therefore, several chambers of commerce were fighting for a share of the rum's sales. Because rum was brewed from waste honey, the cost of production was not high. In order to sell it at a high price, Su Len made a new packaging for the high-quality rum. Because of the growth of the territory's population, Su Len built a glass factory by the Red Sand River. He used the river sand to calcine the glass. At first, he was worried that the quality of the calcined glass would not be good. He did not expect Hathaway to be so good at making glass. Thinking about it, as an intermediate alchemist, making glass was too easy for them. With Hathaway's guidance, Su Len's glass factory successfully produced qualified glass. After the packaging, the price of rum naturally increased. However, rum was not irreplaceable like white sugar. Therefore, Su Lin wanted to let the chambers of commerce help to sell it, but he still had to pay a lot of price. However, these efforts were rewarded. Soon, the rum would become another important source of income for the territory. The glass factory was handed over to Chris to manage. Su Lin found something interesting. Chris was actually a management genius. As long as she managed something, there would not be any mistakes. Therefore, Su Lin planned to learn management from Chris. However, after seeing Chris's management methods, he directly gave up. There was no other way, this was a matter of talent. As long as Chris used her advanced charm, basically everyone would become her lackeys. Those people worked as hard as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If Su Lin was a little black-hearted, he would not even give them a salary. After seeing Chris's management methods, Su Lin directly gave up. He could not learn the advantage of talent unless he was willing to cross-dress and get an advanced charm talent. Hathaway had been cooped up in the lab all this time. She only appeared for a short while to bake the glass. Now, she was completely focused on making the awakening potion. She did not make any of the magic items that Su Lin asked her to make. Fortunately, the awakening potion was finally completed. The awakening potion was stored in a magic crystal bottle. This kind of magic crystal bottle was specially used to store advanced magic potions. As long as the bottle was not opened, the potion inside could be perfectly stored for about 500 years. The awakening potion was a blue-purple translucent liquid. The inside of the liquid was like a starry night sky, constantly flashing with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful, and the attributes of the potion were very powerful. The awakening potion, using the leaves of the wisdom tree as the main ingredient, meticulously made into a magical potion. After use, will +4, elemental affinity +2, mana recovery effect permanently increased by 30%. Side effects, none. This potion was completely for wizards. It could even change the physique of a normal person, allowing them to learn magic. P.S. Thank you to Qingji and 2 other book friends for their 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Chang E's Ho E, Mature and Steady, Jessa 1111, and book friend 1612200050555989 for their 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 94. Hathaway needed a quiet environment to take the potion, so Su Lin specially prepared a quiet room for everyone in the castle. He also arranged some barbarian guards to stand guard outside. Hathaway's advancement went smoothly. Su Lin could clearly feel the elemental energy in the surroundings gathering towards the room. After about 3 hours, the situation finally calmed down. After another 2 hours, the tightly shut door opened. Hathaway walked out of the room with a face full of joy. When she saw Su Lin and Chris, she immediately jumped towards them in excitement. I did it! I'm an intermediate wizard now. Hathaway hugged the 2 of them and yelled in excitement. It took a while for her to calm down. Su Lin also opened Hathaway's status window to check. Name, Hathaway, Loyalty, 95 Profession, Wizard, Alchemist Rank, Intermediate Wizard, Intermediate Warlock, Intermediate Alchemist Strength, 13 Agility, 12 Will, 23 Vitality, 15 Charm, 23 Command, 30 Characteristics, Talents Intermediate Elemental Affinity, Strengthened Will, Focus, Strengthened Sense, Energy Control, Bloodline Awakening, Intelligence, Mana Regeneration Skills, Magic Trick, Magician's Hand, Illuminate, Hypnosis, Charm Person, Arcane Missile, Grease, Shield, Featherfall, Web, Burning. Hand, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protective Arrow, Intermediate Alchemy, Potency, Elemental Resistance, Fly, Fireball, Lightning, Summon Magic Creature, Freeze, Abilities, Combat Casting, Proficient Casting, Rapid Casting, Meditation, Magic Talent, Spell Maximization Weapon Proficiency, Sword Weapon 60, Staff 95, Horsemanship 107. Note: a wizard's research costs a lot of money. You need to pay her every month. This time, not only did her wizard profession level up, but her sorcerer profession also leveled up. The power of her bloodline had improved her physical fitness, and her will had improved the most. It had increased by 5 points, 4 of which were from the awakening potion, and the other one should be from her advancement. At the same time, her talents and skills had also changed. Her elemental affinity had leveled up to intermediate elemental affinity, and she also gained mana regeneration. Mana regeneration was the effect of the awakening potion. Some of those spells were not learned before because of her strength, and some were obtained through the further awakening of her warlock bloodline. Su Lin rubbed Hathaway's head and messed up her wine-red hair. All right, the advancement is complete. Hurry up and make those magic items. Well, in the past, it was at most. But now it has become people. He had completed the leap from C to D. Hathaway escaped from Sullen's clutches and hid behind Chris. Sister Chris, look at this greedy face of the nobles. I just advanced and they can't wait to exploit me. Chris smiled and said, all right, it won't be too late to do it after you've rested. There's no rush to make those things. All right. Su Lin shrugged. After becoming an intermediate wizard, Hathaway was more familiar with making magic items. It only took her 2 days to make a leather armor and a cloak. These 2 magic items were made from the skin of the Gale Tiger. They look good. Cloak, unnamed intermediate magic item. Material, Gale Tiger skin. Defense +3. Additional spells, Lesser Haste 1 time per day, Featherfall 1 time per day, Disguise 1 time per day. Lesser Haste, after activation increase speed by 20%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Featherfall, after activation, reduce body weight. Won't be hurt when falling from a high place. Lasts for 10 minutes. Disguise, after activation, become one with the surroundings. Won't be easily discovered. Movement will lose effect. Lasts for 1 hour. Leather armor, unnamed, intermediate magic item. Material, Stormwind Tiger Hide, defense +8, movement flexibility, additional effect. Reduce magic damage received by 10%, additional effect. Increase strength 1/day, haste 1/day. Lesser haste, after activation, increase strength by 3. Lasts for 10 minutes. Lesser haste, after activation, increase movement speed by 20%. Lasts for 10 minutes. The 2 magic items were not bad. The cloak was more suitable for scouts, and the 3 additional spells were very practical. The leather armor was for warriors on the battlefield, and after wearing it, it would not affect ordinary equipment. Take this leather armor for example. Barbarians could wear a half-body armor on top of it. This would allow them to display the effects of leather armor and also gain the defense of iron armor. Similarly, after wearing a cloak, they could also wear a chainmail and leather armor underneath. As for why they didn't choose iron armor, it was because the scouts wore heavy iron armor. Not bad. Let's make it according to these 2 items. Su Lin checked the 2 magic items. He was very satisfied with them. I've calculated the Gale Tiger skin you gave me. I can make 6 cloaks and 10 leather armors. The rest can be cut into a few blank magic scrolls. If you agree, I'll make it according to this plan. Hathaway handed a blueprint to Su Lin. Let's do it according to your plan. Su Lin casually glanced at it and agreed. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. I can also make the materials from the ogres. Hathaway said proudly. Her expression was as if she was asking for praise. Good job. Su Lin praised. After nearly 2 months of construction, the water supply system in the territory was finally about to be completed. There was a 4-kilometer-long elevated aqueduct, 4 30-meter-tall water wheels standing on both sides of the Red Sand River, and a reservoir that could hold 1,000 cubic meters of water. Such a reservoir could easily satisfy the water needs of a city with tens of thousands of people. The water supply pipes in the territory were made of pottery. Su Lin used mud to stone to connect the pipes. The water supply pipes would be connected to each house in the territory. The water pipes in the houses were made of iron. The ancient Romans disliked iron because it would rust, so they used lead to make water pipes. As a result, the pipes didn't rust, but the ancient Romans were poisoned by lead. Although this wasn't the direct cause of the fall of the ancient Roman Empire, drinking water with excessive lead for a long time would cause the people's health and fertility to decline. Ding! The city water supply system is complete. City water supply system. A water wheel is used to lift water, an elevated aqueduct is connected, a large reservoir is filtered, precipitated and disinfected. Ceramic and iron pipes are used for water supply. Water supply plus 15, cleanliness plus 15, durability plus 20, city beauty plus 10, people's sentiment plus 2, public security plus 1, prosperity plus 5. A good water supply will make the people living here feel more at home. A clean and convenient water supply will make the city more prosperous. Chapter 95. After the water supply system was built, the town's public facilities needed to be built as well. Fountains, public bathrooms, and other things had to be built. Since they had decided to expand the town, the bathrooms would be built outside the town. The 500-meter-long town was divided into the Lord's residential area. Other than Sullan's castle, this was where the Lord's guards and their families lived. After the outer city was built, the entire place would be moved to the outer city. The new city wall was 1 kilometer long and 4 kilometers in total. It was considered a small town. The original city wall became the inner city. In order to build the outer city, Su Len brought the barbarian guards to the wilderness to capture a large number of slaves. In fact, after their continuous patrols, there were very few goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the territory. Although these creatures were not very smart, they knew to avoid dangerous areas. Sullan's territory was now a dangerous area for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. If they wanted to capture slaves, they would have to go to places further away from the territory. After wiping out a few goblin and kobold tribes, the number of slaves in the territory broke through to 2,000. Su Lun didn't intend to use mud to rock for the construction of the outer city wall, mainly because it was too much work. In Su Lun's plan, the height of the wall was 10 meters and the thickness was 4 meters. If he relied on himself to cast mud to rock for such a large amount of work, it was estimated that he would have to do it thousands of times. Therefore, Su Lun was going to build with bricks and stones. For a long time, the territory would be in a period of development and construction, so there would be a lot of bricks and stones needed. Su Lun was going to build a brick kiln factory in the territory to make bricks and stones for the territory. With the sugar trade, the territory would have a stable source of income. Su Len once again sent Xian to the northern cities to buy slaves to increase the population of the territory. Now, there were more than 1,000 human slaves in the territory, and there were more than 300 refugees who came with the caravans. The population of Sullan's territory had reached more than 1,700 people. It was not difficult to transfer some people to build a brick kiln. Su Len was in a good mood during this time. With money, the construction of the territory sped up a lot. After fooling around with Chris last night, he was full of energy when he woke up in the morning. However, his good mood didn't last long. A soldier from the security team rushed over on horseback. The bad news made his face turn gloomy. Last night, 3 fishermen were killed at the harbor. Upon hearing the news, Sullan's good mood immediately dissipated. He walked towards the port with a gloomy face. The dead were slaves bought by Su Len. These slaves' job was to fish. Because the territory had been cleaned up so many times, the area around the town had become very safe. In addition, there were 2 rivers at the port. Goblins and kobolds couldn't pass through, and gnolls hated water, so the slaves would stay near the port at night for the convenience of their work. At night, they would rest on the fishing boats. Every 3 to 5 days, they would return to the shore to rest and replenish their daily necessities. In fact, these fishermen were ranked at the top in terms of points. The various types of fish caught in the harbor were the main source of meat for the territory. Because the bison needed to be farmed, they were no longer slaughtered. The spotted antelope had also begun to try to domesticate and breed them. Before they succeeded, they would no longer slaughter them. The source of meat in the territory had decreased by a lot. Now that 3 fishermen had died suddenly, the other fishermen would definitely worry about their own safety. When Su Lin arrived, there were already many people gathered around. Seeing the Lord coming, the people around all moved aside. Sheriff Harrison came up to greet him. Looking at the crowd, Su Lin frowned. Sheriff Harrison quickly yelled at the crowd. Other than the fishermen, everyone else returned to their posts immediately. Violators will clean the public toilets for 3 days. Hearing the sheriff's yell, the crowd scattered immediately. Su Lin followed Harrison to the harbor. There were 3 stretchers at the harbor. The bodies had been fished out after they were found. When were they found? What's the cause of death? Have you found any clues? Su Lin came to the side of the corpse, and a soldier quickly lifted the linen covering it. Monsignor, Harrison replied. The other fishermen reported to us this morning after they found a few missing people. After some searching, we found them. These bodies should have been dragged into the water and drowned by the senior. Look, there are many signs of entanglement on their bodies. Their faces are purple. As a veteran with investigative skills, Harrison could still determine the cause of death of these people. These people were suddenly attacked in their sleep. The enemy they met was very strong. The 3 of them could not fight back at all. After they died, the murderer even dug out their hearts. Preliminary judgment is that the murderer is not human. It should be a kind of monster in the water. The 3 victims were all adults. Because there was enough food and the bodies of these slaves were not weak, they were killed before they could even fight back. Clearly, the murderer who attacked them was very strong. Ding. Triggered mission. Host, please resolve the danger in the river as soon as possible. Did you find anything on the fishing boats? Su Lin asked after checking the 3 bodies. The 3 fishing boats are slightly damaged. There's also a lot of mucus on the fishing boats. Let's go take a look. The few of them came to the fishing boats at the harbor. The fishing boats had already been towed to the shore. The 3 fishing boats were slightly damaged. There was a kind of translucent mucus in many places. The mucus was very smooth and had a fishy smell. Clearly, the murderer was a creature in the river. A monster in the water? Could it be murlocs? Su Lin said with a frown. But murlocs lived by the sea. This place was at least a few hundred kilometers away from the sea. Why would those murlocs come here to kill people? No, judging from the bodies of these people, they were probably dragged into the water by tentacles. Murlocs do not have tentacles. Su Lin quickly thought. Where were the bodies found? Su Lin continued asking. Harrison brought Su Lin to a bend in the river and pointed at a patch of seaweed. In a patch of seaweed. When they were found, the 3 bodies were all wrapped up in seaweed. Soon, the few of them arrived. As expected, there was a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Su Lin and the others continued to search around and expanded the search area. Not long after, one of the soldiers found a new clue. Monsignor, there's mucus here too. Su Lin went to check it out. There was also a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Following that, the group continued to search along the mucus. More and more clues were found. The group continued to follow the clues. After searching for half an hour, there was no other discovery ahead. The group shifted the main search area to this body of water. P.S. Thank you to say loneliness to loneliness for the 200 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Ji Ning for the 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Rider for your 200 Qidian coins tip. Eat Well Ku for your 1000 Qidian coins tip. Heshapeng for your 100 Qidian coins tip, Old Cat for your 233 Qidian coins tip, and Cheng Izhoi for your 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 96. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything. Su Lin frowned and looked for a long time. He had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. He turned to Harrison and said, "Give all the fishermen weapons. Also, from today onwards, all the fishermen are to return to the city to spend the night. No one is allowed to rest outside the city at night." "Yes," Harrison replied. It was already noon. The sun was about to rise to the highest point in the sky. The sun shone on the water, making it sparkle. Suddenly, Su Lin saw a huge shadow emerging from the bottom of the water. Get out of there! Sulen took a few steps forward and shouted at the soldiers who were looking for clues on the water. Hearing Sulen's warning, the soldiers didn't even look back. They hurriedly paddled to the shore. Ding! Discovered water monster. Host, please deal with it as soon as possible. The shadow under the water grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the monster rushed out of the water. Under the sun, Sulen saw the monster clearly for the first time. It was a monster with a few huge tentacles. The monster had 4 limbs like a human, but below the joints of the limbs were fish-like fins. The head looked very ugly, and the body of the monster was huge. Those tentacles were at least 8 or 9 meters long. After seeing the fishing boats, it swam directly toward them. Although the water monster was huge, it was very fast in the water. In a breath's time, it was about to catch up with the fishing boat at the back. The shockingly long tentacles flew toward the fishing boat quickly. As long as the soldiers on the boat were caught by the tentacles, they would be easily pulled into the water. Whoosh! Just then, a long spear flew over and pierced the tentacle of the water monster. The tentacle was knocked away. However, for some reason, the long spear didn't pierce the tentacle. Instead, it slid to the side. The soldiers who escaped the disaster quickly left the area of the water monster. The attacked water monster roared at Sulen. In the next second, a few green water pillars that were 10 meters long rushed towards Sulen. F***CK, is this an acid arrow? Seeing the acid arrow rushing toward him, Sulen couldn't help but say. A normal acid arrow was only about half a meter long, but the one in front of him was more than 10 times longer. Profound ice slash. A chilling aura emanated from Sulen's body, and 3 ice blades were instantly summoned. Then, under Sulen's control, the surrounding water instantly turned into ice. Then, with a flick of his spear, a huge ice shield appeared in front of him, blocking the acid arrow. The acid arrow hit the ice shield and splashed everywhere. The surrounding reeds and water plants instantly withered and turned black. Even the soil turned black. The ice shield was hit and cracks quickly appeared like a spider web. However, it was frozen again by Sulen's cold air. With a flick of his spear, the massive ice shield was instantly shattered. Countless ice shards scattered in all directions, reflecting a 5-colored light under the sunlight. Sulen did not hesitate. The chilling aura emanating from his body grew even colder, and one ice blade after another swiftly appeared before slashing towards the water Yao. The ice blade flew across the surface of the river, freezing the water surface in its path. In the blink of an eye, 3 ice paths had appeared on the surface of the river. The water Yao raised a huge wave with its tentacles and rushed towards the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the huge wave, and the huge wave turned into an ice mountain. Then, the next side was smashed by the waves behind it. Sulen's body flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 ice paths on the river. In a breath's time, he was in front of the water Yao. Seeing that Sulen dared to rush over, the water Yao became even angrier. 6 of its tentacles whipped towards Sulen. Sulen's spear swept across and the 6 tentacles were swept away. However, Sulen felt as if he had missed his target. It was very uncomfortable. After the tentacles were sent flying, the water Yao circled around and whipped towards Sulen again. Sulen roared and exerted force with his feet. The ice path instantly collapsed. Sulen jumped a few meters into the air and swept towards the water Yao. Bang! The water Yao's huge body was sent flying a few meters away by Sulen's attack. This time, he finally saw that the water Yao's body was wrapped in a layer of transparent liquid. It was also because of this layer of liquid that Sulen's attacks were dodged. The water Yao's body flew out and smashed into the water with a bang. Although most of the force had been neutralized, the water Yao still cried out in pain. The stimulation of the pain made the water Yao even more confused. The water Yao waved its tentacles and attacked Sulen continuously. Huge waves several meters high rose from the surrounding river. Fortunately, the fishing boats had already gone far away. Otherwise, under such huge waves, the boats would have been destroyed and the people on board would have died instantly. Sulen's body was getting colder and colder. The ice under his feet stood firm under the huge waves. Mystic ice slash. The 3 ice blades froze the huge waves. Su Len exerted force with his feet and jumped high in an instant, dodging the huge waves that came crashing down from below. His 29 points of agility made his body very agile. With the help of the floating ice on the river, Su Len directly jumped onto the water Yao's tentacles. Lightning spear. Rays of blue lightning appeared on the surface of Su Len's body. The lightning on the spear in his hand kept flashing. After a few leaps, Su Len arrived in front of the water Yao. After realizing that Su Len was close to it, the water Yao frantically tried to wrap its tentacles around him. However, in the face of the alternating lightning and ice, all the tentacles were paralyzed the moment they came into contact with the ice. The paralyzing effect of the lightning slowed down the water Yao's reaction speed by a few beats. By the time the tentacles broke free from the ice, Su Len had already rushed over. Mystic Ice Slash. Su Len didn't give it a chance to fight back. The chill in his body instantly broke out, and he continuously released a series of black ice chops. In the blink of an eye, the chilling ice blades swept across and froze the surrounding river. Numerous black ice blades converged, and a huge iceberg appeared on the surface of the river. But the huge water monster couldn't resist and was frozen. The iceberg sparkled under the sun. In the light blue iceberg, a water Yao that was about 4 meters tall was frozen with a frightened expression. Several of its long tentacles were also frozen. The soldiers who had just come ashore looked at Su Len with admiration. They had just faced the water Yao's ferocious power. However, they did not expect that the water Yao that they thought to be extremely powerful would be killed by Su Len so easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have killed the water Yao. You have received 13,252 experience points. The system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. You have received 2 free attribute points. You have received 2 skill points. You have received 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! You have killed the water Yao. You have received a large amount of reputation. Your name has spread across the wasteland. Your soldiers are more supportive of you. Reputation +1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the water Yao. Your territory's security +2. People's sentiment +5. Su Len did not open his status window to check. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to transport the huge ice block back to the port. P.S. Sacrificing 2 books. Potioneer. There are runes, magic, alchemy, and magic engineering. This is an interesting world. Lord of Souls. Traversing through the boundless world, hiding the souls of 10,000 souls and merging into one's body. When Lincoln woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Chapter 97. Both the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River were rich in aquatic plants, and there were plenty of fish in both rivers. They could completely satisfy the demand for meat in the town. Currently, fishing was far more important than agriculture in Northgard Castle. Although 3 fishermen had died at the harbor last night, they still had to fish today. However, the territory gave each fisherman a weapon, and the fishermen were not allowed to act alone. After the weapons were distributed, the fishermen formed groups of 3 to 5 and went into the river to fish. Soon, the fishermen who had already caught some fish handed them in. The management office of the harbor would give them points according to the type and weight of the fish. After counting the fish that the fishermen handed over, the workers picked out the palm-sized fish and threw them into a fish pond not far away. The pond was more than 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. It used to be a depression, but Su Len had turned it into a fish pond. The pond was connected to the Red Sand River by 2 canals, and there was a small dam at both ends. A pond like this was perfect for raising the small fish caught by the fishermen. Look, what's that? An ice mountain? Is that the security team? At the harbor, everyone looked at the ice mountain that was slowly approaching. The ice mountain was tied up with ropes and was being dragged by a few small boats toward the harbor. Look, there's something in the ice mountain. A fisherman suddenly yelled as the ice mountain approached the harbor. There really is something in it. Soon, The ice mountain was dragged to the harbor. The people around began to discuss it. Get out of the way. The water monster inside is the murderer of the 3 fishermen last night. The Lord has already taken care of it. Now you can all go back to work. With that, Harrison directed the soldiers to transport the huge block of ice into the town. Su Lin had already left. Riding on his horse, Su Lin opened his attribute window and added one of the 2 points he had just received to spirit and 1 to dexterity. Name: Sullen Race, Human Level, LV 20, 685440000, Strength, 37 Dexterity, 30 Spirit, 25 Constitution, 29 Charm, 19 Command, 63 Skills. Omitted. He opened his inventory and found the silver treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. The monster this time wasn't very strong. The only problem was that the battle was in the water. Sullen's combat power underwater was only average. If the monster continued to hide underwater, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. On the surface of the water, Su Lin would have to depend on the player's control. Mystic Ice Slash could create ice cubes to give him a foothold on the surface of the water. Thunderbolt Gun could paralyze monsters, and it was the paralysis effect of the Thunderbolt Gun that gave Su Lin the opportunity to kill the enemy in 1 hit. He opened the silver treasure chest, and a flash of light appeared. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Iron Body Bow. Iron Body Bow, a bow forged with fine steel. The body of the bow is strong and has a long range. It is a rare bow. Requirement: Strength 17, Constitution 15. Bow range +3, bow power +2. Penetration: there is a 15% chance of penetration. After seeing the attributes of the bow, Sullen's eyes lit up. This bow was even stronger than the centaur longbow that Owen had given him. The centaur longbow was already a very powerful bow. However, although this bow was good, the requirement to use it was also very high. With 17 points of strength, it was impossible to draw the bow if one didn't have enough strength. Su Lin took out the iron body bow and tried to draw it. The body of the bow was very flexible. The bowstring was also made of steel wire and animal tendons. Such an iron body bow was very powerful. After playing with the iron body bow for a while, Su Lin suddenly thought of the problem he had with the archer squad. He didn't have any good wood to make a longbow, so he would try using this iron body bow. After returning to the town, Su Lin first went to find Hathaway. The water monster just now was a demon, but he didn't know this kind of demon. He didn't know the materials on its body, so he planned to let Hathaway handle it. Hathaway had been staying in the laboratory all this time. A lot of materials needed to be processed by her. She was in a state of pain and joy. During this time, she had used more materials to make magic than before. She carefully used a carving knife to carve the claws of the claw demon. The claws of the claw demon were made of 3 metamorphosed bone structures. They were between 30 to 40 centimeters long, and the middle one was the longest. This was the most valuable part of the claw demon. The rest, such as the heart and demon skin, were not that valuable. The claws of the claw demon were natural enchanted weapons. They were harder than steel and very tough. More importantly, they had a natural armor-piercing effect. It was not easy to make them into magic weapons. Hathaway had to concentrate. After carving the last rune with the carving knife, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the potion that she had already prepared. Hathaway poured the potion along the rune that she had previously engraved. She murmured as she poured the potion. A magical power gathered in the laboratory. Soon, this magical power was integrated into the claws of the claw demon under Hathaway's control. A light flashed, and then the light integrated into the claws of the claw demon and disappeared. At this time, the claws on the test bench had changed greatly. They had become a curved knife. The curved knife was about 35 centimeters long. After adding the handle, it was 50 centimeters long. The shape of the curved knife was more like the curved knives used by the desert people. The color of the blade was dim, and it seemed to be able to absorb light. It was very suitable for sneak attacks in the dark. Ding dong. At this time, the magic doorbell suddenly rang. Hathaway put down the empty bottle and got up to open the door. Why are you here? Seeing that it was Sulin, Hathaway opened the door and let Sulin in. Can't I come? Sulin walked into the laboratory and looked around. Yes, my lord. Hathaway made a face at him and continued. This is your new work? Sulin saw the curved knife on the table at a glance. After seeing that Hathaway agreed, he reached out and picked it up. I just finished it. Sulin picked up the curved knife. Unexpectedly, the curved knife was very light. He waved it twice, and there was a burst of sharp wind. It's a very good weapon, Sulin said. Although he did not use curved knives, he could still distinguish good and bad weapons. Of course, I spent a lot of effort to make this curved knife. Hathaway said proudly with her chest out. Sure enough, she was a woman with two mountains. Curved knife, unnamed mid-level magic weapon, material, claw demon's claws. This is a well-made magic weapon. It cleverly uses the special characteristics of the claw demon's claws. It is a night killer. Sharpness +1, armor penetration +1, attack speed +1, tenacity +1, PS. Thank you to Heshipeng for the 200 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Longxian for the 500 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Passion Juice for the 100 Qidian coins reward. Chapter 98. Do you have a name for this weapon? Sulin touched the blade of the scimitar. Hathaway tidied up the other things on the table and said without looking up, Not yet. Do you have any suggestions? How about the blade of night? Sounds good. Sulin put down the scimitar and said, How many scimitars like this do you have? Hathaway crossed her arms in front of her chest and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, Do you think this is a potato? You can have as many as you want. Of the claws you provided, only 2 are suitable to make the scimitar. The rest can only be made into daggers. 2 are not bad. Sulin put the blade of night back and said, By the way, I just killed a water monster in the Red Sand River. See if there are any materials that can be used. Water monster. Hearing Sulin's words, Hathaway's eyes lit up. Where is it? Take me there. I've already arranged for someone to send it over. It should be here by now, Sulin said with a smile. The two left the lab. After waiting for a few minutes, they finally saw a huge ice block being pulled over by 2 horses. Hathaway couldn't wait to run over. Arriving in front of the ice, Hathaway stuck close to the ice and looked inside. This is an adult dark-scaled water monster. Its corpse is surprisingly well preserved. You recognize this monster? Sulin stood next to her and asked. Of course. This is the first time I've seen a dark-scale water monster. Send it to my lab later. I want to dissect it, Hathaway said excitedly. Sulin quietly stepped back. Looking at the excited Hathaway and the frozen body of the dark-scale water monster, he had already imagined a cute bear girl wearing a wizard's robe, holding all kinds of knives and scissors, and excitedly dissecting the monster. The image sent a chill down his spine. Hathaway didn't notice Sulin's gaze. She happily directed the others to push the ice blocks down and move them to the laboratory. What's the use of this water monster? Sulin asked curiously. The biggest effect of this kind of water monster is that its heart can be used to make underwater breathing potions, Hathaway explained. Sulin was confused. Underwater breathing potion? This kind of potion isn't that precious, right? Why do you value it so much? This kind of underwater breathing potion is not as simple as you think. Ordinary underwater breathing potions have a time limit of about 3 hours. Good potions will last longer, but at most, it won't exceed 6 hours. However, the underwater breathing potion made from the heart of the dark-scale water monster is permanent. It's equivalent to permanently fixing the underwater breathing spell on your body. Enchantment? So powerful. Sulin looked at the corpse of the dark-scaled water monster in front of him in astonishment. The effect of this kind of enchantment was very rare. Generally, only powerful spellcasters or some powerful beings could cast it at great cost. For example, beings above the legendary level could choose to permanently spend some mana to enchant others with a spell effect. This kind of enchantment was not something close to them or something they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, very few legendary wizards would enchant others with a spell. After all, they would lose part of their power permanently. Or some demigod or god's blessing, which could enchant others with a spell effect. Very few gods would give blessings. Only some gods chosen could receive this treatment. Under normal circumstances, these blessings from gods were very powerful. To cast these enchantments, one had to be at least at the legendary level, and this dark-scaled water monster had such an effect. Of course, the enchantment of the dark-scaled water monster was very ordinary. It was far less powerful than the enchantments of powerful beings. However, the cost was low and there were no side effects. Also, underwater breathing was very practical in many cases. In fact, there were still some enchantments in this world. The most famous enchantment was the magic tattoo craft. It was said that this enchantment was invented by the elves. This craft engraved magic tattoo on a person's body. This skill of engraving runes on the body was very powerful. There was a period of time when many wizards shaved off all their hair and engraved magic tattoo. At that time, the red robe wizards were the best at this technology. It was also at that time that wizards, regardless of gender, were all bald. However, although this technology was very powerful, it had limited room for growth. Engraving magic tattoo was very taxing on the human body, and it was very painful. Many people failed because they couldn't bear the pain. After all, humans were not a magical race. They were born with spells and had a strong resistance to all kinds of spells. In the end, this spell was very expensive and the engraving conditions were very harsh. Because of the low level of the spell, people rarely used it. It wasn't that no one wanted to use magic tattoo to engrave high-level spells, but the human body's skin was limited. It was said that the elves had more powerful magic tattoo technology. After handing the dark-scaled water monster's body to Hathaway, Su Len left the lab. Just yesterday, the white marble he had mined in the Sierra de Lotus had been delivered back. The marble was very delicate and pure white. It was a precious stone in Cult, not to mention in a place like the northern wasteland. Originally, he was going to build a bathroom in the Lord's mansion today. However, after the incident with the water monster, it took him more than half a day to get rid of the monster and deliver it to Hathaway. Now, he was going to hurry back and build a bathroom. Using marble to build a bathroom was something Su Len had planned for a long time. The bathroom he built this time was the kind that could be used to swim in. He was even going to build a fountain in the bathroom. What kind of statue should he put in the fountain? Should he put a mermaid or something else? Su Len hadn't decided yet. Sullen's marble bathroom was a combination of ancient Roman and ancient Greek architectural styles. The function inside was modern, much better than the architectural style of this world. Even Su Len planned to use this style for the public bathrooms in his territory. However, the material definitely wouldn't be marble. The water source for the bathroom was an underground hot spring that Su Len had spent a lot of time using the underground spring spell to find. Then he spent a lot of mana to divert the hot spring and guide it to the bathroom. The water temperature of the hot spring was about 60 degrees, which was just right. Moreover, Chris loved to soak in hot springs. The pipe led the hot spring water directly to the bathroom. The bathroom's pool was a type of running water. The water here was clean at all times. There were all kinds of reliefs on the walls of the bathroom. They were the work of several sculptors. These reliefs told all kinds of myths and stories. Some were of powerful creatures. The entire bathroom was built like a work of art. Chapter 99. Now that the bathhouse of the Lord's castle had been planned, all that was left was for the craftsmen to slowly build it. Su Len planned to build a central square in his territory. In fact, when he first started building the city, Su Len had already set aside a lot of space. In his vision, the city that belonged to him would be a splendid, magnificent, beautiful, and clean city. Roads, flower beds, and sidewalks were all necessary. The square also needed a large fountain. The average width of the city's roads was about 6 meters. For carriages could travel side by side. The roads in the port's business district were even wider. The roads were all paved with stones, and after being rolled back and forth by stone rollers, they were very sturdy. Drainage canals were specially dug on both sides of the roads. The entire city was planned to have a complete drainage system. These drainage canals would uniformly discharge the city's sewage into a specially built septic tank outside the city. The septic tank was far from the town. Su Lin planned to ferment the sewage and various kinds of feces here, and finally make them into fertilizer for the farms. Since the beginning of the city planning, Su Lin had never stopped the construction of roads. The roads in the town had been almost completed, and the newly built roads in the outer city were still under construction. Now the roads from the town to the port and the glass factory had been completed. However, compared to the roads in the town, these roads outside the town did not have drainage canals. The road that was being built now led to the brick factory. The city's future construction required a lot of bricks and stones, so this road had to be completed as soon as possible. At the construction site in the wilderness, a group of goblins and kobolds were working under the whips of the supervisors. The ground had been marked with white lines. The goblins and kobolds needed to dig half a meter deep in the white lines, and then fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Each layer needed to be rolled back and forth by a camel beast pulling a stone roller. When the ground was flat, they would continue to fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Finally, a layer of stones was laid on the road, and the camel beast pulled the heavy stone roller back and forth. In the end, the road built in this way was very sturdy and difficult to use. Although the construction site was busy, everything was in order. Chris had already divided all the work, and the slaves only needed to work step by step. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the wilderness. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a dog-headed man was bitten. The terrifying mouth opened like flower petals, and each petal was filled with sharp teeth. The dog-headed man was instantly shredded into mincemeat by the huge mouth. "It's an Ankheg." The barbarian warrior immediately recognized the creature. The slaves were so frightened that they dropped their tools and ran for their lives. Two barbarian warriors tried to kill the Ankheg, but it quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The two barbarian warriors immediately became alert and scanned the ground, trying to find traces of the Ankheg. At this moment, another scream rang out from not too far away. Another slave had been killed. The two barbarian warriors rushed over once more, but the Ankhegs were very cunning. They immediately hid themselves after landing a hit. The two barbarian warriors' faces darkened after seeing their slaves killed twice in a row right under their noses. They had failed in their duty to protect the slaves. The ground trembled slightly, and in the next second, a terrifying giant mouth suddenly appeared under the barbarian warriors' feet. However, the barbarian warriors' instinct to dodge was not something the goblins and kobolds could compare to. A second before the giant mouth opened, the barbarian was already prepared for it. At the same time, he swung his two-handed axe down. Poochie! Smelly blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable roar rang out. The barbarian's axe tore open a terrible wound on the Ankheg's terrifying mouth. The other barbarian also cooperated well. He swung his axe horizontally and left a huge wound on the Ankheg's body. A large piece of flesh near the Ankheg's mouth was shaved off, leaving a large hole in its mouth. The Ankheg tried to escape again after being heavily injured, but suddenly, a green liquid shot out from its terrifying mouth. The two barbarian warriors immediately dodged, and the acid landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The ground and vegetation were all corroded black. With the help of the acid, the Ankheg managed to escape again. Ankhegs were social creatures, and right after the first one was severely injured, two more screams were heard from the surrounding wilderness. Two more slaves were killed. The surrounding slaves quickly fled in all directions. All slaves, retreat from this area. Don't move alone, they will attack anyone who strays from the group. Seeing two more Ankhegs appear, the barbarian warrior immediately ordered the slaves to leave the area. The surrounding slaves quickly ran away, and the situation became chaotic. At this moment, the Ankhegs attacked again. The two barbarian warriors were unable to save them in time. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, followed by a bright flash of a blade. The Ankhegs let out another miserable cry. The barbarian warrior let out a roar, and his body instantly grew several times larger. Green veins popped up on his thick arms, and his eyes became bloodshot. After activating Berserk, the barbarian warrior immediately charged towards the Ankheg. Berserk! The shadow immediately retreated a few steps after seeing the barbarian enter Berserk. It stared at the barbarian with a wary expression. Whirlwind Slash. The barbarian warrior's muscles bulged, and the bones in his body crackled. The heavy two-handed axe brought out a blade of air and chopped down on the Ankheg's head. The powerful force directly chopped off the Ankheg's head, and dark yellow blood spurted out. The large body of the Ankheg struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. After killing the Ankheg, the barbarian warrior's muscles began to return to normal, and the red in his eyes also began to fade. Soon, the berserk state was dispelled. Another Ankheg tried to escape, but another berserk barbarian caught it between the cracks of its shell. It tried to shrink back, but was unable to move because of the giant axe. Yellow blood gushed out, and the Ankheg's resistance became weaker and weaker. It would not be long before it died. Stranger, tell me what you want. The barbarian who was in berserk did not let down his guard because of the help just now. His eyes were fixed on the gray-robed figure. The figure looked thin, but was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered by a large robe, and even his face was covered. He looked very mysterious. Chapter 100. Hello, I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing by and want to buy some supplies, a hoarse voice said. You want to buy supplies? For you? Sullen's voice came from behind. Boss. Boss. The two barbarian warriors saluted. Su Luan nodded at them and said, Go and transport the bodies of the Ankhegs back and gather the slaves back to work. The two barbarian warriors turned around and went back to work. You're not human, are you? Su Lin looked at the man again. Half-orc? Half-elf or some other race? Su Lin looked at the man in front of him and said, But that has nothing to do with me. What do you want to buy? Food. Food? The most precious things in the wasteland are weapons and food. Do you think I'd sell them to someone of unknown origin? Su Lin chuckled. I can buy them with money, the hoarse voice said. I don't need money. Su Lin shook his head. If you don't have a reason to move me, then goodbye. Wait, what do you want? The man hurriedly asked when he saw that Su Lin was about to leave. Looks like you're quite strong. You're a rogue, right? I need you to train some scouts for me, Su Lin said, staring at him. The man was silent for a moment, then he continued, You want me to train scouts for you? Nothing else? Of course. You're not worried about my identity? Who are you, a wanted criminal? Su Lin spread his hands and said in an unquestionable tone, This is my territory. I call the shots. All right, I promise. Now, can you tell me who you are? Su Lin asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then took off his hood, revealing his snow-white hair. Through the hair, Su Lin saw his grayish-black skin, slightly red eyes, and pointy ears. A drow? Su Lin said in surprise. Although the man's ears were pointy, they were obviously different from those of elves. Half-drow. Are you a half-drow? Su Lin asked. You actually came to the surface? Are you still willing to hire me now? The drow asked. Are you a defector? Su Lin asked after sizing up the man. Most of the drows believed in the queen of spiders, Lolth, the god of conspiracy and fear. She was not a good person. Among the drows, the status of males was almost equivalent to that of slaves, while females were family members, and only female drows could become Lolth's priests. Every drow city would be divided into a dozen or more families according to blood relations, and then these families would plot and assassinate each other in order to gain Lolth's favor. And it wasn't just between families, it was the same within the family as well. Male drows, on the other hand, had very little magical talent, so their status was very low. Even if they died and entered Lolth's divine kingdom, they would become ugly spider monsters or wax demons. Therefore, it was not unusual for drow defectors to appear among the drow race. The half-drow nodded. Su Lin glanced at him, then frowned and said, "Who do you believe in?" "I believe in the Dark Maiden," the drow said in a hoarse voice. "A believer of the Dark Maiden." Su Lin was interested. In the belief of the drows, the Dark Maiden was the only god of the good camp. The Dark Maiden Elizabeth was the daughter of the Queen of Spiders and the main god of the elves, but she was different from her mother. She was a goddess of the good camp. In addition to protecting all the good dark elves, she also protected the drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live peacefully. It was just that most drows hated her, so among the drows, she had very few believers. And because of history, the surface races were not very friendly to the drows, and those who came to the surface did not have it easy either. If I remember correctly, the Dark Maiden has fallen. You escaped the encirclement and suppression of the Queen of Spiders? How many people are left now? Hearing Sullen's words, the drow in front of him showed a serious sadness, but he did not say the situation of his tribe. Obviously, he did not trust Su Lin. "Well, since you don't want to say it, then forget it." Su Lin shrugged, then took the drow to the town. These drows who returned to the surface did not have an easy time. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, their priests lost most of their ability to cast spells. In the face of the pursuit of the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they suffered heavy casualties. These drows had mixed blood with humans in order to adapt to the surface. They migrated to many places before finally finding a little living space in this endless wilderness. However, the fertility rate of the elves had always been very low, even for the drows. There were many battles in the wilderness. After losing the god of their faith, many of these drows lost their ability to cast spells. Then they lost little by little in various battles. It was likely that there were not many drows left in this tribe. The wilderness lacked weapons, food, and all kinds of materials. There were also various magical beasts and other tribes. Even though the drows were very strong, and there were a few warlocks, they were still getting weaker and weaker in all kinds of battles. After hearing that there was a human town here, the drow in front of him planned to secretly buy a batch of materials to help the tribe through this difficult period. But obviously, Su Lin was not so easy to fool. In the end, he could only promise Su Lin to train soldiers for him in order to get some materials. These drows were not weak. According to the human classification, the drow in front of him was a knight. In the beginning, only the leader of the barbarians, Johnson, was a knight. More importantly, this drow was a rogue, proficient in detection, assassination, and other skills. He might not be as good as Johnson in a frontal battle, but in a sneak attack, the loser would most likely be Johnson. Of course, that was the former Johnson. Now that Johnson's strength had reached the level of a knight, he could easily defeat him. "What's your name?" Su Lin asked. "Aiton," the drow said. Su Lin nodded. "Aiton, how much food and materials do you need? I will sell them to you according to the market price. Of course, you need to stay here and train the scouts for me." "How are you going to transport the materials back?" "The materials need to be placed in a designated location. I will inform my people to come and transport them," Alan said. "Okay, you choose the location. Just tell me when the time comes. I will send someone to deliver the materials." Chapter 101. Su Lin was still very interested in these drows, especially some of the drows' works, such as an analysis of the 36 forms of binding spell of shadow tentacles, the partial application of enlargement and reduction, and the 72 gestures of Mage's Hand of Ecstasy. Su Lin was thinking about how to subdue this drows. Judging from Aiton's performance just now, these drows were now in a desperate situation, but even so, it was not easy to subdue them. Elves were naturally proud, even drows. Unless Su Lin showed enough strength, it was possible to subdue them. Although the strength of Sullen's territory was good now, it was still a little lacking in subduing these drows. Su Len took the drows to a warehouse, which was used to store materials in the territory. Su Len had built many warehouses in the town and stored them in different locations. The one in front of them was just one of them. There are food, medicine, weapons, and other materials in this warehouse. You can take these back to your tribe. Of course, you have to pay for them, Su Len said as he pointed to the warehouse in front of him. Eden was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the warehouse in front of him. The warehouse wasn't very big, but there were a lot of resources stored inside. Just the food alone was enough for their tribe to eat for 2 months. Adding on the other resources, it was enough for their tribe to live well. They had made deals with others before, but most of the time, the price of the deal was ridiculously high, and the quantity was very limited. The resolute drows looked at Su Len with excitement, then saluted him and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." It seemed that they were indeed at the end of their rope. Without supplies, without support, and without their own strength, it was not easy to live in the wilderness. Su Len looked at the drows in front of him and said, "These materials should be enough for you to live for a while, but after losing the protection of the Dark Maiden, you don't have many choices. I can help you, but I need something in return. The future depends on your choice. Tell me your answer when you've thought about it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates began to load the goods from the warehouse onto the carriages. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally understood the meaning of Sullen's words. However, there was more than a 90% chance that these drows would refuse. So now he planned to give them some help and make a good impression on them. When he was strong enough, he would subdue them in one fell swoop. It took a day for all the supplies in the warehouse to be loaded onto the carriage. Then he ordered his subordinates to drive the carriage to the agreed location. Aten had already gone back to inform his companions. When they arrived at the agreed location, Aten asked his companions to take the supplies away, while he took the money back to Sullen's territory. Su Len assigned him the task of training some scouts. The scouts were selected from the refugees and sent to the barracks for training. Aten did not have any objections to Sullen's arrangement. He seriously trained these people in various skills. The 2 Ankhegs killed by the barbarian warriors had been completely cut up. The meat of the Ankhegs did not taste good. It had an earthy smell, and it was said that the texture of the meat was very similar to that of an earthworm. The meat was kept for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as rations. The most precious part of the Ankhegs was their carapace. These carapaces could be made into excellent armor in the hands of skilled blacksmiths. The carapace of the Ankhegs was a natural +1 defense. Under the same defense, it was only 1/3 of the weight of steel armor. Armor made with this carapace had defense comparable to plate armor, but its quality was only at the level of light armor. Furthermore, in addition to its impressive defensive capabilities, this type of armor also possessed a decent resistance to strong acids. It was completely free from the corrosive effects of strong acids that metal armors would experience when exposed to strong acids. The carapace of the Ankhegs could be made into 2 sets of armor. After the carapaces were removed, they were sent to the blacksmith's shop. Bruce's blacksmithing skills were the best in Sullen's territory. After spending some time forging weapons, Su Len had bought him a blacksmith's book from the shop, which greatly improved his blacksmithing skills. He was also the only blacksmith in the territory who could forge these carapaces. Ankhegs were social creatures and had a strong sense of territory. Although 2 of them were killed last time, there were still some that escaped. Ankhegs looked like earthworms, but they had more legs than earthworms. They could reach up to 10 meters long and could sense their prey through the vibrations of the ground. They had a terrifyingly large mouth that could swallow an adult in one go. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily bite through trees, and even steel would not be able to withstand a few bites. They could also produce strong acid, and when they attacked, they would spray their enemies with acid. The acid arrows used by wizards were not long, but they had a wide range. A group of Ankhegs consisted of about 2 to 5. Su Len had encountered at least 3 of them during the construction of the road. In order to complete the road as soon as possible, Su Len had to personally deal with all of them. The construction of the road continued. Su Len was constantly paying attention to the movements underground. As the stone rollers rolled over and over again, the roadbed gradually stabilized. The brick kiln factory was not far from the city. It was only about 3 kilometers away, and the road was also made of gravel that could allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. As the construction of the road became louder and louder, the Ankhegs living in the area were quickly alerted. They quickly moved towards the area. Boom! A strange sound suddenly came from the ground. When Su Lin looked over, he was shocked to find that a large patch of grass had swelled up. In the next second, a terrifying Ankheg drilled out from the ground and pounced on the slaves around it with its large, ferocious mouth. The goblin did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was swallowed by the huge, ferocious mouth. Su Lin flipped his palm, and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, and a special arrow about a meter long was shot out. The arrow was made of fine iron, and the arrowhead was made with barbs. Once the arrow was shot, it would be very difficult to pull it out. There was also a rope attached to the end of the arrow. The arrow hit the Ankheg in an instant, and more than half of the arrow was buried in its body. The Ankheg went berserk after being attacked. Strong acid spray. A ball of dark green viscous liquid was spat out by the Ankheg. 2 goblins that did not manage to dodge in time were hit by the acid, and they could only scream in agony before they were corroded into a pile of rotten meat. P.S. Thank you to Nightbell and Dawn for the 100 Chidien coins tip. Thank you to Black Bronze for the 1000 Chidien coins tip. Chapter 102. The surrounding goblins and kobold slaves scattered in all directions. Not far away, a barbarian warrior raised his 2-handed axe and leaped 3 meters into the air before swinging it down heavily on the Ankheg. Slash! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the Ankheg let out a blood-curdling scream. It shook its head in an attempt to knock the barbarian away, but the barbarian retreated and swung his axe horizontally. A large gash appeared on the Ankheg's wrinkled skin, and yellowish blood gushed out. The Ankheg twisted its body in an attempt to escape, but it felt a sharp pain when it was halfway through the wound. Its body was being pulled by a huge force. The barbarian grabbed the rope and pulled hard. The barbed arrow that was deeply embedded in the Ankheg's body was hooked onto its flesh, and it could not escape no matter how hard it struggled. The Ankheg struggled madly, its dozens of legs flailing wildly and stirring up the soil around it. Su Lin took out a spear from his storage space and leaped high into the air before thrusting it down. The 3-meter-long spear penetrated the Ankheg's body through a gap in its carapace and into the ground. The huge Ankheg was nailed to the ground by the spear. After receiving a fatal blow, the huge body of the Ankheg twitched a few times before collapsing weakly on the ground. Su Lin stood on the huge body of the Ankheg and pulled out the spear. He shook it casually, and the blood on the spear dripped down. Move the body of this Ankheg back. Understood, boss? Ankhegs were social animals and had a strong desire for revenge, just like wolves. They would definitely come back for revenge since they did not kill all of them last time. Just as Su Lin ordered his men to pull out the body of the Ankheg, a soft sound came from the ground beneath their feet. Crack! The strange sound came from the ground, and the soil suddenly sank. An Ankheg opened its ferocious mouth and attacked Su Lin. Just as the Ankhegs burst out of the ground, Su Lin's figure flashed and dodged them. Acid spit. Fortunately, there was no one around Su Lin. The green, sticky acid completely missed its target. With a sizzling sound, the ground and the surrounding weeds were corroded by the acid and turned black. Another one. Su Lin charged at the Ankheg with its spear, its ferocious mouthparts biting at Su Lin. However, the Ankheg had met its match this time. The 3-meter-long spear smashed the Ankheg's ferocious mouth into the ground. With a light tap of his feet, Su Lin arrived on top of the Ankheg's head. The previous heavy blow had left the Ankheg dizzy and unable to resist. Su Lin's spear pierced the Ankheg's brain through a gap in its carapace. The carapace on the Ankheg's head was the best, and he did not want to damage it. While one of the Ankhegs attacked Su Lin, Another one lurking underground attacked a barbarian warrior. It spat acid at the warrior's head, followed by a biting attack. In order to deal with the Ankhegs, Su Lin had prepared a special shield. When he saw the acid coming at him, he immediately used the shield to block the splashing acid. He then rolled to the side and dodged the Ankheg's attack. The kobold slave beside him was not so lucky. A large amount of acid sprayed at it, and the sizzling sound of its flesh being corroded was excruciating. In just a few breaths, half of its flesh was corroded, revealing its white bones. Soon it was dead. There was a huge wound on the Ankheg's mouth. It was the one that had escaped last time. The last Ankheg had also appeared. It's the one that escaped last time. But this time, you won't have the chance to escape. The barbarian warrior obviously recognized the Ankheg. With a roar, the veins on his body bulged, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned red. The large Ankheg was not agile. The barbarian warrior circled around it and attacked it continuously. Soon, the weakest parts of the Ankheg's body were covered in wounds. Yellow blood flowed out, making the Ankheg look extremely miserable. At this time, Su Lin had already killed the other Ankheg. The heavily injured Ankheg suddenly screeched and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. Su Lin looked at the Ankheg that had burrowed into the ground and smiled. He pressed his palm on the ground, and a surge of energy flowed from his body into the ground. He then continued to dig deeper into the ground and soon found the Ankheg that was escaping. After finding the target, Su Lin directed the flow of water. Gushing spring. Under the guidance of Sullen's energy, the strong flow of water instantly exploded. The water broke through the soil and rocks, and the Ankheg that was escaping underground suddenly felt the soil beneath it being pushed up. The huge flow of water directly pushed the Ankheg's body out of the ground. The Ankheg was pushed 10 meters out of the ground by the flow of water, and then it crashed to the ground. The Ankheg's already heavily injured body became even more serious. Its internal organs were severely damaged from the fall, and yellow blood continuously flowed out of its body. More than a dozen of its limbs swayed weakly, and its speed became slower and slower. After a while, it stopped moving. With the death of the last Ankheg, all the Ankhegs in the area were wiped out. Su Lin arranged for some people to collect the slaves, and the 3 Ankheg's corpses were transported back to the town with the others. The hardest part of an Ankheg's carapace was its head. The carapace on its back was slightly weaker, but it was more suitable to be made into shields. The carapace of an Ankheg could be made into about 10 shields. After killing all the Ankhegs, the materials obtained could be used to make 50 shields and 5 full-body armors. The huge Ankhegs had a lot of meat. Although they tasted bad, the goblins and kobolds did not mind. It was good enough that they had something to eat. The Ankhegs were cut off and made into jerky for them. An Ankheg weighed about 5 tons. After removing the carapace and innards, there were still 3 tons left. 5 Ankhegs weighed 15 tons in total, which was enough for the slaves to eat for 2 to 3 months. Although Ankhegs were magical beasts, they did not have much use for wizards. The only thing that was valuable was the acid sacs in their bodies. The acid sacs stored a lot of acid, and for wizards who had not learned the material exemption ability, the acid sacs were very good materials for casting acid splash and acid arrow. The best material for acid arrow was the venom sacs of wyverns, but it was important to note that Ankhegs were only mid-ranked magical beasts, and that was because they lived in groups. If it were wyverns, unless they were attacked by a grand wizard or above, they would just be courting death. Wyvern's poison could easily corrode metal armor. If one's constitution was not strong enough, they would be killed instantly. P.S. Ankheg, pack magical beast. Strength, 22, Spirit, 8, Vitality, 25, Agility, 9, Charm, 4, Specialty, Natural Armor, Sturdy, Underground Stealth, Listen, Vibration Perception. Skills, Acid Spray, Bite Attack. Chapter 103. After dealing with the Ankhegs, The road leading to the brick kiln factory continued to be repaired. The construction of the kiln factory had been completed, but the first batch of bricks would take some time to be fired. Su Len patrolled the territory once a day. With the black-maned horse, patrolling the territory had become very convenient. What was interesting was that he actually met a lone adventurer in the wilderness today. One had to know that there were all kinds of monsters in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to travel alone was either stupid or very confident in their own strength. It was noon, and Su Len was about to find a tree to rest and eat when he met the adventurer. It was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He had a square mouth, a wide nose, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. There was nothing special about him. He wore ordinary linen clothes with many patches, and the edges were already covered in fur. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. His limbs were thick and strong, and his body was also very strong. This kind of body was very suitable for heavy infantry. When Su Len saw him, there was already a mauler bear lying nearby. The creature that had made Hathaway suffer had become someone else's prey. Su Luen noticed that the mountain bear was killed by Zhang Tai's bare hands, which was amazing. Although the mountain bear was just a knight-level creature, if a knight fought it with bare hands, he or she would be killed by it in a few seconds. However, the man in front of him could kill it with bare hands, which indicated that he was really powerful. Is he a warrior monk? Su Len thought to himself. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Su Len's first thought was that he was a warrior monk. Su Len jumped off his horse and came to the middle-aged man's side. He asked politely, "Master, are you here to train in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded solemnly but did not say anything. Martial monks had many commandments, one of which was silent meditation. Every time a martial monk received a commandment, their strength would increase. The more commandments they received, the more powerful the martial monk would be. Basically, all warriors monks did not use weapons, except for some special gloves. They also did not wear armor, but this did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the elemental resistance of a warrior monk was very high. They relied on their hands to fight. Although they did not use weapons, they had special techniques that could release powerful destructive power. The most typical one was penetrating force, which was a bug-like existence. It could ignore any armor and directly attack the human body. It was very similar to the effect of hitting a bull through a mountain in the novels of his previous life. There was also the inching forward attack, which was also very strong. It gathered all the power into one point and then exploded in an instant. Most of the time, martial monks would go to the wilderness or other places with harsh environments alone to temper their will. At the same time, they would comprehend the power of nature or the unity of man and nature. Speaking of which, this class had the strongest willpower among all the classes. They were almost immune to most charm spells and mind spells. After experiencing all kinds of cruel tempering, their willpower and beliefs were incomparably firm. Legend has it that legend-rank monks can ignore the charm of the succubus queen Mechanut. She is the succubus queen, a legendary existence that can charm gods and make gods fall. From this, it could be seen how perverted these guys were. It was not difficult to become a martial monk. The strength of a martial monk was related to the number of precepts they had received. For example, the advanced class of martial monks was called ascetic monk. The requirements of this class could be said to be abnormal. They were required to completely give up all worldly wealth, fame, and all kinds of material comforts. They did not use any weapons or extraordinary equipment. At the same time, they often went to places with harsh environments to practice and temper their will. These ascetic monks were also the most powerful group of martial monks. After Su Len learned of this class, he directly stayed away. In his mind, if obtaining great power was not for a better life and enjoyment, then what was the use of this power? What was the use of this iron staff? Becoming an ascetic monk was indeed very powerful, but once he violated the precepts, a part of his power would disappear. If he wanted to recover, he would need to undergo another redemption ceremony. Many martial monks gave up in the process of receiving the precepts. Not everyone had the perseverance to give up all kinds of material comforts. For these people, Su Len was still very respectful. These people's will and beliefs were too strong. The martial monk used the mountain bear to exchange some dry food with Su Len. It was not that martial monks did not eat meat, but they did not eat meat when they were practicing. They only drank water and ate some simple dry food. As long as this practice was successful, the strength of the martial monk would be improved by leaps and bounds. If the profession that wizards hated the most was rogues, then the profession that they did not want to face the most was the martial monk. At most, rogues would do some petty theft. They would steal things from the wizard tower when the wizard was not at home. As long as there were enough hidden magic traps, these thieves would die miserably. But martial monks were different. High-grade martial monks had amazing resistance to all kinds of spells, and the attacks of martial monks could directly pass through the magic shield. Facing those martial monks, even high-grade wizards would have a headache. After Su Len had a meal with him, he left with the mountain bear. Originally, he wanted to invite the martial monk to his territory as a guest. After all, many of these martial monks were fighting masters. If he could learn some skills from him, it would be very helpful to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the martial monk refused Sullen's invitation. He had already started practicing, and going to Sullen's territory would affect his practice. When they were cultivating, they would not go near crowded places. In their opinion, crowded places had too much mortal aura, which would affect their communication with nature. At that time, Su Len wanted to say that the highest level was to train one's mind in the mortal world. If one could understand nature and train one's will in the mortal world, then one would be a real master. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if he fooled the martial monk? After returning to the camp, he went to the barracks. In the barracks, the drow Aten was training new recruits. According to Sullen's request, Aten was teaching these new recruits to become qualified scouts. Pay attention to your feet, Aten said in a low voice, and then said, as a scout, you must pay attention to your feet because you need to often go to dangerous areas. There are many traps in many places. Once you make a mistake, it means that your life has entered the countdown. The enemy will not give you a second chance. Look carefully, your footsteps must be light and alert at all times. You have to make yourself as agile as a cat. That's how you can live for a long time. Don't take too big a step. Remember the places you have walked. When you retreat, try to walk where you have walked before so that it is not easy to step on traps. Chapter 104. The weapon in your hand is your only guarantee. Hold it tight. You need to use it to protect yourself at critical moments. Aten was training a recruit seriously. Even when Su Len arrived, he was not distracted at all. However, the recruit was distracted when he saw Su Len. He was then smashed to the ground with a wooden stick. If you were on the battlefield just now, you would be dead. You can't be distracted in battle. You don't have a second life to make up for your mistakes. I'm sorry, instructor. The recruit ignored the pain and got up from the ground. His expression became serious and he started training again. Perhaps in front of the Lord, the young man wanted to show off. This time, his attacks were much fiercer. Aten was still calm. He blocked and instructed, you can't be impatient at any time. Look at other people's attacks clearly. Don't rush to attack. When facing attacks, you have to learn to dodge. Scouts don't have shields, but that doesn't mean they can't defend. You have to learn to parry with weapons. Don't worry about the means in close combat. The recruit had just parried the wooden sword when he was kicked in the crotch by Aten. It's not only swords that can threaten you. Enemies on the battlefield will do anything. The poor recruit lay on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Aten had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Stand up. Although the cruel training method made these recruits suffer, it also allowed them to grow quickly. Well, today's training will end here. If you want to become a qualified scout, you still need to learn a lot. Remember to practice more when you go back. Aten threw the wooden sword on the weapon rack and walked to Su Len. Monsignor, you're here, the drow said respectfully. Yes. Su Len nodded and pointed to the young man who was leaving. How's the training going? Monsignor, although they learn quickly, their strength is still far from enough. Aiton hesitated for a moment before saying, Monsignor, these people don't have a good foundation. Their future achievements are limited. Of course, Su Lin knew that these people had poor foundations. However, with the system's bonuses, their levels would increase after participating in a few more battles. However, it was basically impossible for them to break through to become heroes unless Su Lin was willing to let them use their self-created hero templates. Most importantly, this item was too rare. So far, he had only obtained one. It would be a waste to use it on these people. The last time he hunted an Ankheg, he only received some EXP and no treasure chest. After the water supply system was completed, the construction of the public baths in the territory was also completed. Due to Sullen's mandatory requirement, both humans and barbarians were forced to bathe every day. After a period of time, even without Sullen's request, they would involuntarily bathe. Although the Northgard castle was not big and had a small population, it was the best in terms of hygiene and hygiene among humans. Public baths, good hygiene can make you healthier and the city more prosperous. Hygiene +5, health +5, prosperity +3, of course. In addition to the public bathrooms, Su Lin also built a number of high-end baths. These bathrooms were built with marble, and the inside was also carefully carved by a sculptor. They were designed for the use of rich businessmen and nobles. If he asked these people to bathe in the public baths with ordinary people, they would definitely refuse. The social class system in this world was much stricter than in his previous life. If you asked a noble and a commoner to use the same baths, they would feel that you were insulting them and would immediately fall out with you. Su Lin naturally would not make such a mistake. Although he advocated equality in his previous life, the various clubs were not open to ordinary people. After the public baths were completed, Su Lin added a decree to the town. Anyone who entered the town, regardless of race, had to clean themselves up before they could live in the town. The promulgation of this decree made many people speculate whether Su Lin was a germaphobe. However, no matter how much they criticized him, they had to follow Sullen's instructions. Because the brick kiln factory had to produce a large amount of bricks, relying solely on manual labor was too slow. Su Lin planned to build a water wheel here to provide power. There were many processes in the brick kiln factory that required a lot of manual labor. Crushing clay, mixing water, pressing bricks, cutting strips, and cutting embryos could all be done with machinery. Su Lin also wanted to try and see if he could make a simple production machine with the help of water power. He was already very familiar with the construction of the water wheel. This time, Su Lin did not use gear links. Instead, he chose to use belts. After all, gear links were too time-consuming and expensive. The brick kiln factory did not need such complicated equipment. If overly complicated equipment was damaged, Su Lin would have to personally repair it. Therefore, the equipment here was simpler and easier to repair. Crushing clay and mixing clay did not require much precision. It was better to use belts. However, ordinary belts were easily deformed and would need to be replaced soon. In the end, Su Lin asked Hathaway for some leftovers of the Gale tiger's skin to make belts. At the same time, he also boiled some glue from the water monster's body. He used the glue to glue the Gale tiger's skin into 3 layers. After that, he made the belts. The belts made in this way finally met the requirements. They were much better than the belts used in factories in his previous life. It took him 3 days to complete the basic equipment. Water wheel, sturdiness +15, durability +18, hydraulic transmission +20, water lifting +16, disintegrator, mechanical power +15, crushing +17, smooth operation +17, mixer, mechanical power +15, uniform speed mixing +18, smooth operation +16, conveyor, sturdiness +18, abrasion resistance +15, power transmission +18. Although these machines were simple, they were sturdy and durable. They were easy to maintain and would not break easily. As the water wheel slowly rotated, the disintegrator rotated along with the belt. A large amount of clay was poured into the disintegrator. After adding other ingredients, the clay was crushed into fine particles. The crushed clay was poured into the mixer and mixed with water. Soon the clay was formed. After that, it was rolled and cut into shape and sent to the warehouse to dry in the shade. The process of drying in the shade took a long time. After the bricks were dried in the shade, they were sent to the kiln to be calcined. Only then could they produce sturdy and durable bricks. Although such bricks and stones were not as strong as the wall made by directly mining large pieces of rock, they were not much worse. After the bricks and stones were built, Su Lun released a mud to stone, and after merging them into one, they would not be worse than the rock wall. Compared to digging rocks, the cost of bricks was much lower. More importantly, the expansion of the city and the construction of houses required a large amount of bricks. P.S. Thank you to Bai, and for the 200 coins tip. Fu Meng thanks you. Chapter 105. The houses in the town were no longer built using bricks. The houses that were built this way did not look good. They were only used as temporary housing. Now that the brick kiln factory had been built, the houses in the future would be built with bricks. Sullen's plan had divided the inner and outer city into 5 zones. 2 residential zones, 1 trading zone, 1 military zone, and 1 noble zone. The 2 residential zones were divided into the rich zone and the commoner zone. Apart from selling some of the houses to the slaves and commoners, the rest of the houses would be sold. Other than the trading zone, a large number of shops and a commercial street were planned to be built in the trading zone. The military zone was close to the inner city. According to Sullen's plan, the city could accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 people after it was completed. Since they had a good water supply system, Su Lin planned to build a few fountains in the town. Apart from the large fountains in the noble zone and the commercial zone, the rest of the fountains were scattered around the city. Su Lin had already planned everything in advance when the city was being developed. At the same time, he had also reserved a lot of empty land for the development of the town. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the wasteland. A caravan was traveling through the wasteland toward the Northgard fortress. The caravan was not traveling at a fast pace. A group of people in tattered clothes was following the caravan. Judging by their appearance, they were most likely refugees. Since Su Lin had set a rule that only a certain number of refugees could trade with him, the caravans had no choice but to follow the rule. The refugees in front of them were brought here by the caravan. In order to ensure that the caravan would not be half-hearted, Su Lin rewarded each refugee with a kinar. "Daddy Khan, when will we arrive at the Northgard fortress?" A skinny boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old asked the middle-aged man leading the caravan. "Little Kevin, go back to the team and don't run around," the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, "This is the wilderness. There are goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who eat humans everywhere. Their favorite food is tender children like you." "Daddy Khan, I've grown up. I'm not afraid of those stinky goblins, kobolds, and gnolls," little Kevin said while waving his little fist. "Is that so?" Little Kevin has grown up. Khan smiled and patted his head with his big, rough hand. "Daddy Khan, don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore," Kevin said unhappily. Good. Little Kevin has grown up. "Father Khan, you still haven't told me how long it will take for us to reach the Northgard fortress," asked Kevin. "The steward said that if everything goes well, we will arrive at the northern fortress this afternoon." The middle-aged man looked at the caravan and said, "When we arrive at the northern fortress, we can eat our fill. Little Kevin won't have to starve. When we get there, we'll have a house to live in, clothes to wear, and food to eat. We won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we'll have meat to eat." When little Kevin heard about meat, he couldn't help but gulp. "Is there really meat to eat?" "Of course, there will be meat for sure," said Khan firmly. "Enemy attack. Get into formation." At that moment, a mercenary on a horse rushed in from the front. Khan's expression changed when he heard that there was an enemy attack. He quickly put little Kevin on the cart and ordered the others to hide behind the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped when they heard that there was an enemy attack. the long caravan began to form a circle. All the mercenaries and caravan guards took out their weapons. Even the strong refugees were organized and given weapons. Soon, about 15 minutes later, the caravan completed the circle. At that moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness in the distance. "It's gnolls. We're doomed." After seeing the monsters clearly, the refugees almost broke down when they saw the gnolls that were everywhere. These refugees used to live near the city. Those territories had been developed for hundreds of years. As long as they didn't leave the city, there wouldn't be any gnolls. Even goblins and kobolds would be killed by the patrolling soldiers. They had never seen so many gnolls in the wilderness. "I don't want to die. I'm not married yet." One of the refugees broke down and cried. "I shouldn't have believed their bullsh*t and come to the northern fortress. I want to go home." "Shut up." The captain of the guards grabbed the refugee who was making the most noise and placed the long sword in his hand against the refugee's neck. "If you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I'll kill you with my sword." Seeing the refugee nod his head, the captain humphed coldly and let him go. "I'm telling you, the gnolls outside won't take prisoners. Once the caravan formation is broken, the guards and mercenaries might have a chance to fight our way out, but you will definitely die. Gnolls like to eat human flesh. They will kill you and eat you as soon as possible. Don't even think about surrendering. As for running away, the closest northern fortress is 30 kilometers away. You won't be able to outrun those monsters in the wilderness. So, you only have one choice, and that is to pick up your weapons and kill all the gnolls, or hold on until the reinforcements from the northern fortress arrive. There is no other choice. If you want to live, pick up your weapons, listen to the command, and fight them. Fight. Fight. The mercenaries and guards around the caravan roared together. The refugees who were trembling in fear a moment ago also regained their courage at this moment. Seeing the morale of the troops rising, the captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief. If those people's morale had collapsed, the guards and mercenaries would have been affected as well. If that happened, they would be in a really bad situation. After boosting the morale of the troops, the captain of the guards hurried to a carriage. There were already 2 people waiting in the carriage. "Vader, what's the situation now?" the manager of the caravan asked anxiously. "We've just calmed them down. The morale of the troops is not bad. We should be able to hold on for a while. There are too many gnolls this time. We can't fight them off at all. Now we need to light the beacon and ask for help from the northern fortress." "Then light it up. Ask for help from the northern fortress. We brought hundreds of refugees with us this time. They are all urgently needed by the northern fortress. They will come." The manager of the caravan clenched his teeth and said, asking for help from the northern fortress was not without a price. Sulen was not a charity. It would cost at least 500 Kinar coins. As the manager of the caravan, he naturally had to reduce the cost to the minimum and maximize the profits at the same time. Selling sugar could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Paying 1/10 of that was enough to make his heart ache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to ask for help from the northern fortress. After making up their minds, no one hesitated anymore. The captain of the guards immediately lit the beacon in the middle of the caravan formation. Thick smoke rose into the air. The weather in the wasteland was clear today. The beacon was clearly visible in the wasteland. Soon, 3 pillars of smoke rose from the caravan formation. P.S. Thank you, Dawn and Night Rain, for the 100 Chidien coins tip. Thank you, Shimo Rujin, for the 999 Chidien coins tip. Thank you, King Cold Boy, for the 200 Chidien coins tip. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.